Hey, hello guys. How are we all doing? So, quick, actually, wrong monitor at this moment. So, quick intro on what we're going to be doing today, uh, or rather this week, just as a whole. I've not laid out every day because I might take some time tonight to sort of plan the pacing for the rest of the week and just figure out how much I can get done. But at this point, as things start to get more complicated, um, issues can take longer to resolve and get a little bit less predictable. So, kind of, we need to make sure we're going in the right direction. But I'm not sure how accurately I can. I should probably at least guess it. So I think I'll do that. But screw that. Let's do that now. Let's do that now. Because it's not the end of the world now. Day 7, day 8, day 9, day 10. Let's just talk about a little bit about what we're going to do uh, over the week. Now, when it comes to adding some art assets, I've just put that as a general. But what I'm going to implement is, first off, I'm going to implement a player model. I have an asset from the Unity asset store. These are intended to be placeholders. If I move on to making the full game, I'd like to sort of get art assets from scratch. But I just want something that looks a little bit better than like the placeholder robot we have now, basically. I'm going to tweak the arena walls and use some real assets for those. They're still going to be relatively simple, but it should look like an actual game room. But part of what I'm going to do when I'm building the walls is spend some time defining the physical parameters of the room. So things like what are the limitations on where a door can go? What are the limitations on where an enemy spawner can go? Must they go relative to each other? Must they go? But must they be in a particular hierarchy? How am I going to set those up in the prefabs to make them easy to change later? Because I don't just want to make this a matter of like, well, just throw in a room. I want to make this easy, so if I handed it off to say an artist, it's easy to work with. And that's kind of important to me with this. And it's like the way I tend to approach everything. I'm not just looking how to build it. I'm looking how to refine the process to make it as trivial as possible to make changes. And then there's camera controls, because one of the things that I've talked about a little bit as we go along. I do want to allow the player a little bit of freedom, not total freedom, but a little bit of freedom to be able to view the room from slightly different angles. If for nothing else, then it provides a just interesting way for them to check out the character models in different ways. And the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to set up a set of camera rigs. Now, at the moment, I've laid some of the groundwork for this. Is that when I set up this camera positions object here, go to this particular room, it's the camera top position here that's kind of uh, this is kind of the default camera position, and I set this up in advance, knowing that you can see all the little blue arrows there are all where there's a camera position. I'm going to set this up so that if you want to, as a player, I could, for example, drop down to like here-ish, and if I press left to move the camera, it'll then snap around to here. And then if I press left again, it'll snap round to here, and left again, and it'll snap round to here. And then if I, in any of those positions, if I press up, it'll snap back to the top. And when we're at the top, if we press, I'm kind of torn on how I want to do the camera, the actual button inputs, because I could make left that it'll then snap down here, or I can make left and right so that they rotate on the spot. I'm not sure how valuable that would be. I guess we'll have a play. I'll make it available at some point. Maybe I'll do some A/B testing. One of the problems with this is that the UI isn't necessarily always visible because it's integrated into the environment, right? So if I don't get the bottom angle exactly right, which would be, I want maybe a couple of pixels of where the wall would normally be, like the top of the door frame, and then the UI to be still be visible. But I want the UI to be sort of tucked away and integrated into the walls. What I could do as an alternative is place additional UIs throughout the level. If I'm gonna do that, I probably want to also address. In fact, I should probably do this anyway. I probably want to address the fact that every one of these UIs is updating some information. They're mostly based on triggers. They have a. If I bring up the player UI script on my, they're mostly based on signals, so their performance will usually be trivial. There's a little bit of memory with them being in memory, but yeah. So it's they've got an on trigger enter. No, I'm on the wrong item. Let's take that breakpoint out before I lose it. So we've got start. That's called in start. That's called in initialize. That's called elsewhere. That's called when it's removed. Update score is called on the signal. So there's nothing in here that runs at runtime. So really, I don't need to enable and disable it. It's going to be trivial regardless. So what I could do is, let's say if I allow a particularly low angle here, for example, I could add a UI that's maybe on the corresponding outer wall. Which is an interesting. We'll experiment with that a little. For the most part, I just want to get the main layout. Let me. No, actually, let's stay here for the moment. So yeah, that's what I want to get done with camera controls. But of course, when it snaps, when it moves over, it needs to move to the corresponding position on the next camera trigger. So the camera trigger can be either in a room or not in a room because there's some laid out in invisible places. I might want to explore putting editor indicators in for those because at the minute we've got one here. If I select this, and I don't like having invisible objects. So I might look at adding an editor visualization for this. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it's like, generally speaking, I like to avoid having invisible stuff in my scene. Everything should have some form of widget, but we can get to that. We can get to that because it might. Realistically, there'll be a prefab that's like a between room set piece. So that's one of the reasons I just jumped past it. But anyway, so once we've done the camera controls, I'm going to leave day 7 a little bit more empty because I want to allow a bit more room for debugging of any issues with the camera controls. And if we get a head start and can go beyond, that's fine. So what I want to do with this is enemy AI follow paths. I want to allow some of the enemies to follow a path, and now that might be a path that goes from room to room. In fact, let's set up several stuff. So enemy AI, we're going to follow paths. Despawn conditions that may not be just the player has killed them. So, for example, one of the enemies I've got is literally just a loot box. That it's a chunky enemy that sort of walks through the room, and I want to have it so like when eventually he'll leave the room, and sort of maybe he'll follow one of several different paths through the room. Not 100% sure how I want to do that yet. I'm probably going to place a load of splines in the room as paths, but I might place them on the player as well, so that they move relative to the player, and we could have an enemy that, for example, will attempt to orbit the player. Not sure about that yet. We'll get to that. Maybe that's a later thing. Because we need to then deal with, like, what if a player is against a wall and the spline would take the enemy into the wall, and that'll essentially mean if I just stand in the corner, and let's say the path is just a wide circle around the player. If I stand in the corner for 3/4 of the time, it'll just stand against the corner. So I'll need fallbacks for what if you can't do that. But I think just the setting the enemy height, follow paths, despawn conditions, and shoot at player. This is an important one because enemies are supposed to be able to shoot as well, and we want them to be able to like horribly murder the player. Most of that is already set up because it's all the same as the character controller. All we really need to do is go, are we in range of the player, and look at the player. Like if we provide the look at input, that should be good enough. We might have to fiddle how we do the any sort of accuracy variance to that, but again, we can do that later. That'll do for day 7. Day 8, I'm going to add some. I'm going to go back to the idea of having a rapid fire like machine gun that just uses the particle system rather than a projectile. So if I have anything that just will not work well with game objects, anything that's very high fire rate, we can do that. So we're going to implement weapon types in particle based weapon, and we'll add a selection of weapons. Now, after that, I want players to be able to customize their character just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, good to me on test as well. Maybe I should have a quick listen to the stream. Hello, stream. Hello, stream. Yes, it's working. Excellent. So just bear with me a second. Okay, so completely lost my train of thought yet there because of a notification. So today, the next thing I want to allow some sort of player customization. Now, that can be. I don't necessarily want to fully implement what my final vision for this is. You may have noticed when I did the logging at some point, the player's got a hard coded name, Dave. If I bring up the player scripts, where'd I put it? Characters, player. Oh wow, and there's some. Don't need system anymore either. if I remember rightly, Visual Studio says I don't need the character controller, but I do. So I'm going to leave that alone. Also, the RPC sent to everyone is now redundant. Score has changed. RPC now redundant. Do a little bit of white space cleanup. So in the player here, we've got player name is Dave, and I did that just because I was planning later to add some player configuration. But what I want is to set up a workflow to create a player where the character designer is separate from a play session. So what I want you to... So normally, think of a game where you have some character customization. You start the game, you choose your character, you customize them if you want to, and then you start the game. Well, I want to move that workflow a little bit because I want you to be able to just immediately drop in, and I want you to be able to change your... basically, I want you to be able to skip that scene. So if a player has already created a character, we'll allow them to set a default and just skip the scene. Not sure exactly how I want to engineer that workflow, but I want to make it so like when you've created characters, it's saved and you can just click on, at the very least, if you've made a character for a previous run, you can just click on it and like just immediately load in. So it's just a couple of clicks. Now, managing the data for this is not terribly difficult, but we have the extra consideration that we need to make sure it's sent over the network because we've got things that may have changed the visual look of the character, might change what weapons they're holding, what armor they're holding. Again, not going to implement all of this in the 2 weeks, but I need to think about that. Need to think about how I want to implement sending that data to the other clients. Now, in the past, one of the ideas I've had for this, because I wanted to allow some very fine-grained... hi, Deben. Just let me finish this thought. I'll get to your comment. I want to allow some very fine-grained control over the visuals of the character eventually. This is beyond the 2 weeks. So what I thought about doing is having a system where I've got like a very complex custom shader that will allow me to set up lots and lots of different regions, bake that to a texture, and then send the texture during multiplayer join. So at that point, even if I've got a very, very high, extremely high resolution texture, we're probably talking 50, 60 megabytes, which is a lot during a run, but a one-off send during join is probably fine. Like we can do with that, and once we bake that texture out, we can then run it with a much simpler shader. So when we're dealing with like lots of different objects and there's like runtime performance to consider, I'm not sure how much I want to get into that because essentially runtime baking a shader is a big pain, and I'm not sure it really saves us enough performance to be totally necessary. But I kind of wanted to have a play with it. But anyway, hey bro, how are you doing today? I'll be doing it if you like. I'm currently making late breakfast bacon, making me hungry. Board game playing last. It's going great. It's going great. Like things are actually functional. At the moment, I just want to start actually building out rooms, and I'm going to start by rebuilding the initial room template I made to just define the basic parameters, like what is required, the required functionality of the room. So, for example, high walls is not required, right? But a barrier to prevent the player exiting is required. A door on each side is required, but we'll figure all this out in a minute. I want to actually figure some of that out. I'm going to add the README script that defines that to it as well. why has my performance suddenly shot, requirements suddenly shot through the roof? I'll save that. I should open GitHub as well. And I've done some little white space cleanup. Just this just some basic comment cleanup, and I'll push that. So let's get to the easy bit first. We get to the player model. I'm gonna just, since we're just starting, I'm just close all the tabs on Visual Studio and let's go this screen. Now I'm gonna maybe save the bootstrap scene. Doesn't matter. I didn't make any changes to it. I think I just probably moved some things. I moved back, but I've literally done nothing, so we're good. I think I'm going to create a new scene for what I'm going to play with now. So let's go File, New Scene. I'm going to take the Indoors URP. Because for this, I just want to be able to experiment with characters. And I'm going to save this one immediately. Scenes. I'm going to... Wrong button. Save this scene. Scenes. And I'm going to do demo. I'm creating a folder in my scenes folder called demo. What I do is whenever I have a project where I'm making a scene that's not going to be part of the game, I will put it in a demo folder, and it exists to just demonstrate one particular element of the game. This is incredibly useful when you are sort of introducing complex systems. And let's say you have a complex enemy spawning system. So you create a demo scene that just shows how to utilize that with just none of the other signal noise. If you need to go in and look up, oh damn, how is that meant to be configured? Having something that just breaks it down to the purest, like this is the basic setup for this component, makes life so much easier. It's like making the documentation part of your project. Which can add a little bit to the project, but like I've found it in the past to be incredibly useful, so I'm doing it anyway. So I'm gonna. We don't actually need this, so we don't need any of the Unity ball. The rest of this scene I'm gonna leave because the whole point of this scene, like this sort of placeholder template that Unity provides is, well, here is your like basic. Oh, hang on. It's gonna bother me that the name starts with a lowercase. Yeah, it's like here's your basic like show off an asset scene. That's like what it comes in at. So platform, that's fine. Now I'm gonna just quickly double check. Yeah, that created a load of lighting data. That's interesting. Okay, I'm just going to commit this to GitHub quickly. So added player demo scene. And I'm going to double check that I've saved both the asset and the project. I'm just forcing that. And I'm going to go to Visual Studio. And even though there's nothing open, I'm going to Control Shift S, which is save everything. Just making 100% sure that everything is saved because I'm about to import some assets. And some asset pack imports can run scripts and stuff that do nasty things to your project. So I generally make it a habit when I'm importing anything to make sure everything is saved and committed to GitHub first in case anything goes funky. It's also why I tend to, most packages, if I know I'm going to need them, I import them right at the start. Now, the character I really want to use for this, I have an artist friend who don't have his portfolio link handy. I will have a chat to him and maybe link it later this week. But he showed me a piece of art, a character design that was an evolution of something he designed previously that fit very, very closely fit the vibe I was going for this game. Import the project. Yeah, the only thing that was, let's say, not totally fitting that he added, not so much added, is that the character wasn't beat up at all. Like there were no scars, they were clean. But I'm like, these things can be like really easily fixed, right? But the character I'm going to attempt to use first off is I found one a very long time ago that has a selection of weapons and it has customization of eye color and hair color, and I've never really got around to actually properly playing with this kit, which is why I'm not just dropping a model in. I could go to Mixamo, get a model that I know is compatible with my existing player controller and my existing player controller animations. But I want to take maybe at least a couple hours, just have a play with this kit. I've been meaning to for quite a while, and it's not quite exactly what I want for this game, but it's at least in the same ballpark. So I figured, it's asset store placeholder assets, right? So I'm not intending to fully like do the art assets of the game. You'll notice like I'm using placeholders for like the music. Like what I'd love to do if I had the resources is just hire a composer to compose unique music for the final game. I'd like to like get artists to come and do all the art assets, but like I've got to start with something that functions. Because like I'm a programmer, right? Like the functionality is what I do. There are some artists I've worked with previously that like let's say I I think that there are certain assets I think they would do particularly well in, but like over the 2 weeks, I'm mostly aiming to do as much as I can myself, just to see how much I can get done. Although you'll notice from the links in the uh, the description below my channel that there's an asset submission link for this, and that's because uh, I want it to still be open to like anybody dropping in. Right, so that's Asuna imported. Now, if we look here, it's a test character. Animations are stored in separate FPS X files. Extremely important to do that. It drives me nuts when people get an FBX that's got the materials, the model, the skeleton, 400 different animations. It's unmanageable in version control because if you change like the idle animation, it changes the whole file. When you abstract assets into their individual components like this, it makes managing the assets so much easier. You can go too far and put everything separate when there are some things that would naturally be collected. But don't like make a model and then animate it and put everything in one file. All animations are in place. Characters must be moved with the character controller. That's what we want. Character controller is not included. You have to write the. Well, I have that. I just want to see how compatible this is with my character controller. Character uses Unity's mechanism system, humanoid. See, this is things I'm vaguely aware of, but I don't know enough of the details about. Characters designed for animation retargeting, that's fine. "52 facial blend shapes compatible with Apple Arcit." I'm going to quickly look that up. Because so 52 facial with Apple, right? So it's an augmented reality, like from the name, I guessed that. So this character is pre-configured to have like facial expression. So if you're like down, uh, like from a like first-person perspective, that's actually quite useful. I've not actually used Apple Arcade. I mean, I don't develop for the Apple ecosystem generally. I'm normally like PC. I've done some West. I've done some Android. I've done some integrated like um, like stuff on production lines. Included equipment. Okay, so we'll skip over that. The blend shapes. Maybe we'll have a play with what we can do with those. Included equipment: sci-fi rifle, sci-fi pistol, and holster. These are probably a little bit too sci-fi for the vibe I'm going. I'm going for like near future, sort of 2100 ish. So I don't want like full Star Trek stuff. I don't think it stands out that much though. Optional armor. I want to make sure I actually put the armor on because I want the characters to be quite chunky. 10 different eye colors. This is useful because this comes back to where I want to allow some character customization. 5 different hair colors. My only problem with these is I want to allow the customization through through like full color selection sliders. So I might have to experiment with that. But again, we're going for like MVP vertical slice. Like I'm not here to do all the art features. So 5 different haircuts, 4 different texture sets. Yeah, if I remember rightly, it has like just 4 different color themes of the outfit. And again, I would like to do that programmatically, like set masking layers so we can change the color essentially. PSDs with intact layers are included. PBR based on that's I see. I really like this guy's assets. I'm gonna pull this up and show this guy's assets off. One of the reason I actually used this. Um, I don't know the artist, by the way. Like things like telling us we have to use the metallic the metallic shader rather than specular. Like these things are useful. Like these make your use of the object much easier. And here, look, he's split multiple texture sizes and telling us what we're using. So for the big stuff, like the body, we're 4K, 2K for the armor, and then 1K for ammunition, because it doesn't matter. But the fact that he's telling us this information, I find this is actually really, really useful. And it shows that the person who made this has actually thought about the experience of using their asset rather than just, I'm going to make a good asset, right? And I really like that. So let's give this guy a bit of a plug. Some of the assets on here look really, really cool. This one that I'm using is a free one. You can see this guy has some. I'm not going to spend forever just glazing this guy, but like, you know, some credit where credit's due. There is some fantastic artwork in here. Absolutely fantastic. if it fit the vibe of the game I'm building, I would absolutely buy some of these. Like if I'm building a space battle, like these are fantastic assets I think to pick up for this. But I'm not. But let's get back to try count of the character 58,600. That's more than reasonable. Final try count depends on how many weapons. Yeah, okay. So the character, I don't think we're gonna have a problem. I don't think we're gonna have a problem. Right, let's have a look at where it is. Now, I'm going to move that into the third-party folder. And let's have a quick look. Do we have an assembly definition? Not necessary, because I don't think we really have any scripts in here. Let's open the example scene. Now, I believe this was... I should have had a quick look at this before. It's compatible with built-in HDRP and URP, but if I remember rightly from my first quick look at this, it defaults to HDRP. So I have to tweak the assets. Where's the converter? Render pipeline converter. Convert built-in universal material to meshes. Source pipeline. Target pipeline. Built-in to URP. They've changed this. Like, the layout of this is different. In fact, let's just have a poke around at what we've actually got. So I've got prefab, Asuna armor. Right. I want the materials really. So FBX. Right, so the materials are alongside the FBX files. Materials, Asuna body black. And this is standard. So standard. I'm gonna make a, just in case I mess things up, I'm gonna make a commit here. But because it's just quicker and easier to revert the commit than it is to like remove everything and then re-import with the package manager. And I'll push that. Right. Now let's play with the render pipeline converter. Now that I know I've imported and I know I can't mess things up. Scan. Now I don't remember if this scans the entire project or... It does scan the entire project. So take this a... Yeah. I don't want everything. I only want to convert the ones that came with the Asuna project because and we want to change those to. Want to make sure we're 3D, not 2D as well. I don't want any of the Text Mesh Pro ones. That's just the example and extras. Maybe I do want those. We'll check those separately though. I want to like one thing at a time. It's annoying that it won't let me group select them. Imagine like trying to convert a very large mature project and having to check or uncheck potentially hundreds and hundreds or even thousands of these. Right, so that's everything there's test character assumed. So convert asset. This action will modify project assets and cannot be easily undone. Is it strongly recommended to have backup? Yeah, we've already done that. Right, but it's rendering down here now. If I look at, we now have the armor piece rendering. Go back. Oh, it's getting that. So here we have the sample character with rifle on the back and pistol. So we've got two guns. Main weapon R1, U1. Good. I like the name. Thank you. And by the way, this isn't. This is decaf coffee, so this counts, right? Gave up caffeinated coffee a long time ago. But good morning. Are we still morning? Yes, we're still morning. Right. The ground hasn't converted, so let's have a look at why the ground hasn't converted. It's doesn't look like it's any of the. Maybe it's because. Maybe I should just look at. Uh, Maybe I should just look at the what materials actually on the ground. Let's start there. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. How are you, buddy? How are you? Right. So free test character. No, I'm on the plane. Default material. Huh? Oh, is that just the Unity default material? Right. So I imagine that's just the old default material because this pack was made like a long time ago. So we could change to that. What? Let's. I'm gonna create a new 3D object cube. I'm gonna double check what the because I've got multiple versions of. Right, it's called lit. Right, it's called lit. That's our default material. So lit. Oh, fantastic! I have two. Bootstrap lit. Demo player model lit. Because the template scenes come with a. Okay, that's fine. Either of these will work, but I should probably take those out of. Uh, so I'm building a twin stick shooter game, and the point I'm at the moment is to try and sort of integrate a player character with like to replace the standard the standard just template sort of robot that I had as part of the character controller. This is one from the asset store. It's one I've had like just sitting in like my assets for a while and have never got around to really looking at. I know some of this needs some cleanup. It's also occurred to me that because these come in with like those template scenes come in with like materials, I now have duplicate materials, which I should probably do something about, but we'll deal with that afterwards. I want to make sure I have a pass and clean things up before we end up with like this huge project that's just the stuff just all over the place. You see, a lot of these, look, that's black. That's just simple. Lit is simple. These are the same as the materials I put in as placeholder ones. I'm not 100% sure what I made the settings. They're not the same, but they're close enough, and they could be the same, but because these are just intended as placeholders anyway. But what I want to do is because the scene template comes in with like its own, and that's I've done that more than once. I just don't want a load of different, but essentially the same material. This is just grey and light grey, right? The metal black. I mean, I have a metallic. Yeah, I'm not going to do it now, but we'll go through and we'll recall that. For the moment, what I want to do is like just focus on looking at Asuna here. Comes in with a character and a character controller. Right, so she's got a walk animation, rifle animation. I'm going all over the place again. I need to finish double checking that all her assets are all of her assets are like not pink anymore. And I think there was just that demo scene. I need to work out how to deal with these as well because I'm not going to be using the HDRP. And there's settings here for skin, hair, lashes. I need to sort of maybe figure out how these apply to URP. Don't save. Oh my, it was asking me if. So we'll do full grey. Right, okay, I'm going to save that. We have our base scene. Don't you think 2 weeks is too little time to make a game? That's kind of the point, right? That is entirely the point. How long should it take to make a game? How long should it take? That's the other question. Like, how long should it take? Right. All the materials are happy, so I'm gonna go back to. I'm gonna commit this to Git. Updated materials to URP. So just so I've got a checkpoint, I'll commit that. We're happy. Right. So now I can actually look at the animation. Oh, I forgot to save the example scene. Right, now I can look at the animations. Let's have a look at what animations we've got. Idle, walk, run, jump, stealth, death. Looks like picking something up off the ground. Death. That. Okay, reasonable. No, these are from the Unity Asset Store. I'll drop, actually, just for the sake of, I'll drop the link in if you want to have a closer look at the asset pack. And if I'm honest, like whether the original creator used Mixamo, I don't know. I don't think so. Like, there's nothing that like jumps out at me, but I'm not an animator. So we've got the avatar definition there. The hair tie is its own object. Fantastic. Wait, that means we could remove the hair tie. I imagine the hairs will just stay in the same shape though. And I'm not implementing like fully like flexible hair for this. It's totally unnecessary. Right, so we've got now it said in the info that it doesn't come with an animator. Like, so you can see this, like this has just enough to actually sort of prove that the animations work. Animation here. What? Walk. Let's hit play. See how the scene actually. Okay, easy enough, right? Easy enough. Let's do idle. Stop it. Walk. I don't play them in the editor. Play it in the editor. Prefab. Oh, they've moved the button, that's why. I can play it in the editor. Right, so we've got a sort of little bit of motion, idle. I don't know how well this is going to integrate with the animations I've got in the other character controller. So we've got... Now this is immediately going to be a big improvement because the gun I've got firing at the moment is just a floating like grey rectangle in space. Rifle aim. I'm actually thinking I probably want to maybe remix it so that that is the default animation, or at least we maybe avatar mask and we make that uh, the default like weapon grip. So run and walk. Okay. I mean, this looks reasonable. It's just, I guess the next step is figure out how it'll integrate with the character controller I was already building. So, uh, let's put the other player side by side with it, and we'll start copying over components. So, 0. I think maybe I should put them like that. Both. So the player has the actual the avatar itself, which was a Mixamo 1. As a sub-object. So I'm gonna create empty. Let's do Asuna. Maybe I should do this as a prefab variant. Yeah, let's do this as a prefab variant rather than just creating one from scratch. Let's do it as a prefab variant. So create folder players. I'll move the player in there. Players to create prefab variant player Asuna. Maybe when I when I do the full version, it's considered games. I don't think progress. There's only a few days left. Say this. You say this without seeing any of the rest of the game. Like, tell me, how long should it take to make a game? How long would it take you? Surely you've done a game. You've heard of game jams. And you're right, there are only a few days. And I'm not even planning on working long hours. I'm doing 9 to 5. I'm limiting the hours as well. So 2 years or 1 year. Okay. Yep. Fairly common response. So what about 10 years? Okay. What about 10 years? I mean, there are plenty of games that take more than 10. There are games that get made in a few hours, right? There are games that uh that like sort of sit everywhere in between. It's never a question of can you make a game in 2 weeks? It's what can you actually achieve in the 2 weeks? right? Just like whenever you have a game jam and you sit down and you look at, okay, well now we're going to build now we're going to build um like once you sit down in the game jam, okay, well I've got to build something in a week that's on a particular theme. So how do we do that? It's never about can you do it. It's always about what can you get done in that. Right, I'm gonna tweak the locations a little bit. Player astronaut. That needs 0. I'm just making sure everything lines up. This one I can move there. Okay. So I don't have the animator on that. I'm going to move the animator. Free test animation controller and free test as soon apply root motion. Yeah. Controller and the wrong. That's fine. Then put that avatar on. On free test character as avatar, free test animation controller, apply root motion, normal and always animate. Normal and full update transforms. Right, so let's at forms. Disable that for the moment. And I'm going to disable the Xbot there. Right. So this now animation. Okay, we'll have a play with this. Let me hide the other one. One. That position. Setting to. This is where like I haven't had a lot of practice with the animator. If you know the game Mecha, I am familiar with the game Mecha Community. Yeah, and it's a very very interesting game. Free. I had to go back and forth on some settings with the previous character controller, and I don't remember all the settings I had to change. Like, not an animator. Um, I was actually quite tempted to just throw the model into Mixer, have Mixer rig it so I can use it with all the existing animations I've got. But I want to at least have a look at the animations that are included with it, because they're you know they're they're designed to work with a character, so it's probably going to be better than like any basic ones I can pull off Mixer. On that in the talk. BX file. Now let me bring up the one from the You know what, I'm going to open another project because I'm going to have to keep going back and forth and just make it easier for me to look at the settings of the project. But yeah, so I'm not concerned about getting the game playable in 2 weeks. I'm not thinking like I'm going to have a full production game in 2 weeks, right? Like, uh, but I have been a software developer for quite a long time. I'm like, which is why I set myself the challenge in the first place. Like, I'm not a game developer, although I suppose technically I am now because I'm developing a game. But you know, the point is to as much to sort of test yourself and just sort of push your abilities, which is why I haven't just built this like for like I've made a lot of changes to all the stuff I'm using for this as well that make it harder. Like, it's not just about can I get it done as quickly as possible as well. Like, so for example, I updated all the version of Visual Studio, of Unity, and it's all little things like buttons moving around and like not working exactly the same because I'm using different versions. But like these things, so they put you a little off. Right. So in my other project, character controller, where'd I put the animations? Animations. Let's go with locomotion, walking. Right. So I've got this up on my other monitor. You'll see it in the little preview. I'm just sort of comparing the settings. And I'm sure the guy who made this, like, it's going to be far, far better. Well, there's actually a lot more walk animation in this than is in the test controller. That's in. I'm tempted to just slap this on the test controller. But root motion, motion is on. I'm going to leave that as it is. Root transformer. Walk. That's kind of. Oh, it's got two walk animations. A massive difference. But I've been working on my game for about 2 months. Almost finished the character in the houses. Still a lot left to do. So far, I've designed around 70 characters. That's crazy. 70 characters is that's a lot of characters. What kind of game are you making? You know, I'm just gonna start hacking stuff up and like because they're in separate objects and separate pre. Like we can hack stuff up. It's fine. Uh, leave that avatar. Uh, not. I'm gonna just throw that in. It's gonna behave very strangely once. I'm gonna leave it set up as it came in, and add that as the player controller. It's gonna behave. It's not gonna behave right. I kind of just want to see how it does behave. I'm gonna save that sample because I'm kind of curious just to how just how it will react like this. So I'm gonna go to Bootstrap. network manager. I'm going to change the player to player Asuna, and I'm going to hit play and just see what happens. I need to lower the music volume. Distract me massively. Okay, that actually behaves strangely way better than I was expecting. I need the it's not set up for mouse aiming, so I should grab a controller. It feels much more sluggish. I'm going to turn the master audio down for this as well. Okay, that'll do. Just to sort of confirm, I'm going to play it back. Just so I can... I just want to double check it. The sluggish isn't because of some of the previous settings I've changed. I've realised. This is where we get into this. This is probably going to be the most difficult day for me. Okay, so change that back to player character Asuna, and I'm going to reopen the player model demo. See. Oh no. Vicious meat. Oh dear, you're making it. Yeah, I know what kind of meat you. Thing is, why? I mean, I can guess why you need 70 characters. How many houses have you made? Like, if you've made the characters in the houses, how many houses have you? Did I edited that in the wrong scene? I edited it in the example scene. Right. Okay. That's fine. I'm going to edit that on the prefab, actually. Let's just go into... Let's just play camera in here. Player. It'll be open world. So, are you sort of hand designing the houses though? But if you're going to make open world, surely you're going to need quite a lot of architecture. Like, if you yeah, well, even with low poly, are you looking at are you building everything from scratch, or are you using one of these sort of I've just realised I want to be on the other monitor. No, I am on the right monitor. Are you building from scratch, or Oh, and of course, none of these are going to be owner. Not with what I've got set up. On. All right, let's go back to the bootstrap. I don't want to have to change too much to just test it. I can load in. Before I do that, I'm going to go into Mixer and I'm going to lower the. I have to. I'm going to use some assets from you. What's the like? Other than it being open world, if it's open world, low poly, is it sort of cooperative, sort of survival game? Are we talking like adventure across the, go and find things in the wilderness? Like, what sort of style are you going for? Completely lost my what I was supposed to even be opening there. Network manager on player astronaut. If I go to player astronaut, always anime. I did think about making basically everything from scratch for this, but I wanted to get to a functional point. Right, I'm just going to check. We are kill these guys. So right, I can rotate fine. It's not animating the rotation, but it's not set to it. Like standard. Float limit. I just want to double check everything. Accident on the other scratch control. They're all not implemented. Player input. Walk speed. They're all the same. It's going to be something later. I probably need to look up. That's relevant. Okay, so rather not share too many details to protect the game's idea. I think there's a lot of people that feel like that when they're sort of looking up, when they're sort of when they're building their game. I generally think that not really that necessary. But I think people get a little bit too okay, so I am able to zip around that. I think people get a little bit like overly protectionist about games. Like, I think like sometimes it's just not sharing your ideas. Like, okay, let's have a look. Uh, Maybe the fact that we're missing parameters might have upset the animator. That makes sense. Because it's going to be skipping parts of the script. Okay, yeah, this is let's create all those parameters just to. It might just be something with the way it's to do with the way the animation itself moves. But we'll come back to that. Frankly, I'm not that concerned as long as it's consistent. But let's get the rest. Let's get the parameters ported over, and then we'll character controller, animations, parameters. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 triggers. Do these in batches. Four, five, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we've got 4 floats. Character state, vertical velocity, speed, and turn. Yeah, they're all floats. Okay, we can do that. So, have you made? I suppose if you can't share details about the game, have you made like what's your sort of background? Have you made? Is this going to be your first game? So, float 1, 4. Then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've done these in one. Trigger, trigger, trigger. On 8 boolean. It's gonna bug me that I'll sort 4, 5, 8. Sort these. I'm making a point to make sure everything same order as my plate project, so that I have a stable. This character controller is also in this project. I'm just using the other project so that I don't have to go back and forth as I'm copying bits from one controller to the other. If I'm honest, I probably could have just. Maybe I could have. The actual animation. We're. That's fine. Then 5 more floats. Float. These might actually be. Get to that. Float. 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 Okay, so. Rounded. Now it's just a matter of paste one at a time. I actually, that thing is, like, I've already planned to rework some of the character controller. These aren't all totally now, and some of them are already being retired. I should say, like, I've never made a production game before. I have done a lot of building games and building the like tools for them. So it's not like you know, I'm entirely new and I have no idea how long it takes to do projects. I say I've been a software engineer for 20 years. Like I ran my own company designing software. for lots of different applications, really. So I know what it takes to take a complex software project from concept to production. And I fully understand that 2 weeks is like we're not gonna be like production standard after 2 weeks. That's not really the goal. Because I'm also a big believer in sort of real open access. Like you'll notice, I think the way a lot of the industry has like made open access, like early access nowadays, it's just an excuse to like get people to buy the game before it's ready, and in a lot of cases they never fix it, and that annoys me. It shouldn't be a game that's nearly ready but buggy for early access. The concept of early access is to me about you show people some of the development uh, process. They get to be part of the experience. It's one of the things I really like about Subnautica, actually, because the guys who make Subnautica, if you look back at some really old videos from the first Subnautica of how that game was developed, or just people doing let's plays of it when it was very very early, there are things with just basic cube primitives, animations that are obviously missing, and they were sharing that game. And I really like that because it shows a lot of guts. Like one of the reasons big companies don't like showing off the game before it's ready is because they're like, oh well, what if people don't like it, and that gives us bad marketing, or um. But the Subnautica guys, like they released it when it was super super early. Granted, not as early as this is at the moment, but I really like that bit where devs get people involved. 14 police officers, 30 men, women, one boss, 7 gang members. Boss is connected to the right. Okay, don't reveal the story. That's fine. First game, making it by myself. So for this challenge, I am like doing it like I'm doing it by myself for the most part. I put out some invites. Some people might join me during the week, but but otherwise, currently I'm like doing it all on my own. I've done some team projects before. They can be interesting. There are a lot of benefits to having the right team. Right. So at this point, I'm going to hit play because what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to isolate. I think it's the like something to do with the animation and the animator that's changing the way the character moves. But I'm just trying to isolate if it's one of the safety checks that's built into the character controller that's saying, well, part of the animation stuff for, say, move speed control is missing, and we'll skip that. Uh, so I'm just trying to isolate that. So I'm essentially trying to add all the other layers that we're going to need. Guys. Oh, and I pressed the wrong attack button again. I have an attack that's set up that doesn't end at the moment. Keep just not getting around to it. Right. So layer, layer. Let's add another layer. So we've got the base layer, and we've got attack layer, avatar mask. Why do we have an avatar ready? Female rig avatar. Oh, it's just the entire avatar. Okay, that's not what we. Not. I'm going to create a new avatar mask. So we're going to go assets. Don't have an animations folder yet. So folder, animation, create folder, avatar mask. I should probably look in more detail at the avatar mask that has been provided, but I'm just trying to simplify this. Simple mask. Say I will sort of probably what I should do is copy the other one and make some adjustments, but moment simple. This will be hack mask. Skeleton from and then our layer blending is set to override. What error message get this time? I think as well I've made a lot of the errors that should be errors just warning. So I suppose I'm kind of making the assumption that the character here is I'm making the assumption the move speed is being changed by the animation. But it just occurred to me it could be the old one that was kind of broken. Trying to work out as well if it's consistent because that's sped up. Play it soon. Okay, it's definitely something to animate. So applying the root motion. Okay, that kind of. I mean, obviously the animations are wrong because it's that we don't have the actual animation tree set up. I'm just trying to make sure that I've got the actual movements behaving. So root motion. Hang on. I don't suppose you're an expert with the animator, are you? Root motion. Whether this is probably depends on how you scripted your. So you need a nav mesh, blah, blah, why that would say why you can't move. Root bypasses the nav agent. We're not using the nav agent. We're using the nav agent for path. Oh wait, We're using the nav agent for pathfinding. Maybe it's triggering the. This is player, not an enemy. Um. So new. Uh, I'm just. I'm, I just need to write something out, and then I'll sort of I'll walk you through what I'm thinking. Disabling play. Sort of flicking through different docs. Okay, right. So I'm just trying to get a better idea to wrap my head around, like why it's doing to what exactly the root motion is changing. Because like when I've had a problem with this in previously, the animation will move the character, but the visual representation becomes disjointed from the representation in the world. This is just slowing me down, which I think uh, is throwing me a little bit. Because it's not fully stopping movement. Just I mean, I need to also sync the actual animation's move speed and set up the proper like animation tree. We'll just like no, I'm not. This is something that's a pain to because I'm getting loads of responses that are just about characters not moving, whereas mine is like Unity calculates the body transform game object can place the avatar. The displacement can change because of proportions. Blah blah blah. Animate scale avatar blah blah blah. Group transform position X Y on import settings. I don't have. Uh, Let me go back to FBX retest. I don't have root. I do, but in a different place to the other model, which has confused the hell out of me. Flying and locomotion. Let me compare it to the other one again. Because there's interesting as well. They pack. This guy's packed what 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is quite nice. Like what I was saying earlier about don't like overly abstract them. Like he's put all the walk and on file. That makes sense to me. Like that's a nice middle ground, I think. Uh, so play route. Play route. All the scale. Okay, so checklist. Make sure all the parent scales are 1. Ah, yes. Scale the character. Yeah, okay. Animated avatar as a visual child. It is. Stable apply root motion for normal, idle, walk, run locomotion. I mean that works. I think I could just be happy with having the stable. I think fine. I think let's do that and let's build the animation tree. And we'll go from there. I'm going to copy that because I don't want to keep editing one that's in an asset pack, and I'm going to move it to Asuna animator. Right. And this is going to be kind of interesting because we've got quite a lot of nations and probably a bit beyond what I usually build for an animator. So first off, let's have a look at there is definitely some changes I was already planning to make to the character controller. So it occurs to me maybe I just implement some while I'm messing with this, and then I'll backport it to the template project later. Yeah, let's go with it. So animation. That's the character controller. I want Suna FBX animation death. Um, death animation. Right. Very nicely given us a death and a sort of final pose. I was thinking goal for this, but so what we'll do death. Drag that in. I'm on the right screen. I am on the right. Death and then death on ground. Make transition to death and make transition to death to death on ground. I believe death essentially ends at the same place, so I don't need to exit time on. Same with this one. Do need this one because we don't know what state we're from, but going from whatever to death is going to be quick. Addition here is death trigger. Previous source state. Two more. Why we blend. We actually want. Okay, I'm not going to bother putting the additional. I was just thinking about putting additional transitions in for like, different rates if states, but let's not bother with that. We'll just one set of settings. Death trigger. So if I open the test scene, and I go down to the player version of If I hit play, she'll start walking. Okay, I'm going to go back to scene view. If I go to parameters and I go death trigger, get nothing. Great, hang on. I'm on the wrong animator. Was I editing? Come on. Oh, I forgot to change. Controller would do. There we are. Now I'll hit play. And if I go death trigger, now she dies. Okay, that was definitely too sudden. And then death on the ground, it just never leaves that state. That was definitely too sudden. Maybe I got a bit excited. Death. Hey, Simple Desert Dog. How you doing, guys? How you doing? Let's make that 0.25. That was definitely way too quick. I mean, I'm not going to agonize over this. This is there we go, much better. Dead on ground. That works. Right. Is that a typo, Simple? How are they being shot? They're not being shot at the moment. This is the animation controller, and I'm just manually firing the triggers just because I'm building the animator like at the moment. I'm just building building the animator from scratch at the moment. So, and I'm also kind of looking at some options of how to vary the animation a little. Just integrate some changes from that I've planned but just not really got to yet. So I'm gonna remove this. Go. I don't want state. I want create substate machine. Call this idle. There. Oh, I need actual idle in here before I can do anything with it. I would. How do you pronounce the Viet? And generally, Desert Dog. Yes, they will be being shot. Generally, there are some not being shot ways they can die, but generally they'll be being shot. So let's have a look at blow this up. Look at idle animation. Idle. I think these could do with exaggerating, if I'm honest. That's better with a look around. I like that. Okay, yeah, some of these are a little bit bigger than the others. Oop. Idle 3. Okay, I was thinking of making some of these like blend into each other, but I don't think most of these will support blending. They're definitely not going to blend between each other. Hang on. Oh, we got the stretchy legs one. And to oh. Okay, I kind of like that. So I'm going to create state empty. Call this idle entry. Oh, the original idle barely anything. Now the transition this, there's nothing. Add a behavior. We're gonna add a new script. Asuna idle. I can remember how to do this without looking it up. I'm going to try and do this without looking it up. Valid state machine. We'll go back to that. So, I've kind of looked at how to do what I want to do before, and never really done it. So we're gonna see if I can just remember something I've vaguely read in the past, and if I can do it. Max state equals 0. Int next state equals 0. So on state enter is called when a transition starts and the state machine starts to evaluate the state override. Okay, on state enter, animator, state info, layer index. And then we've got on state is called on each update frame between on state enter and on state exit. On state exit's kind of obvious. On state move is called right after the animator.on animator move. On state is called right after animator.on animate over on animator. I probably want to look a bit more into the execution order, but I think this is the one I'm going to want. So, I want to define so let's just do next. Hang on. If max states is 0, return. So essentially, if this has only been configured with one state, we do nothing. We just auto skip it. And now we're going to do next state equals random. Let's make sure I'm using the right one. Dot range 0 and max states. And it just occurred to me max states can never be 0. So we can do range. Hang on. So range 1 to int dot max value. And this should never be, really it should be 1. I'm going to make it less than or equal to 1 in case some code change later makes it theoretically possible for this to go down to 0, but because that would also be considered an error state. Right, so and I'm going to +1. No, I'm not. I'm going to random.range from 1 No, it started from 0. Like, I'm used to things being offset by 1 when we've got a maximum. So the first state is state 0. Max states is exclusive. So if it's 5, for example, we'll get anything between 0 to 4. So which gives us 5 states. Okay. So, and then we've got animate animator dot set int. Hang on, I make it. I made it a float. I did. I made it a float. Let's have a quick look in the character controller what I coded it as previously. Runtime, character controller, module, character animation module. So animator hashes. Idle style. It was coded as a float. Right, so I'm gonna do the same thing. Set float, because I don't want to have to change both systems at the same time. And it is idle style to next state. Okay. So what we got here is it enters this state. It gets the idle style. So it changes the idle style. Hang on, I'm missing a bracket. And we'll change screen. So once we transition to idle, enters this, it sets it. And this is on enter. This is when a transition starts. So this implies to me that it's going to always do the standard idle first. Fine. I'm thinking. I'm also thinking of essentially just adding. Wait, what? How is my max state serialized field just negative? I'm going to set that to something sensible. We'll say 50 states. That's probably massively overkill. Setting it to int.max value just seems to set it. Okay, so from idle entry, we're going to do FBX animation idle. Let's it because we don't need space at the moment. Make transition idle 2. Make transition way. Trying to work out. I mean, the naming conventions is actually quite good. So I'm a little confused as to why we've got idle 1 and idle 2, then idle variation 1. Because that doesn't actually seem to. That's 60 frames, so that I think these would 24 FPS. And that just looks like a reference. Oh, it is moving. It is. Maybe they intended these to be weird. Idle 1 in one of the one of these into variation. I mean, it could be. It could be to smooth the transition. I'm not sure I actually care with this project because you're not going to see the animation that much detail, and you're not really get a lot of time to stand. Let's just set up all of those now. The next question is, do I care about adding the ability to kneel? Just because it's a slightly more. Yeah, let's do that. Why not? And to kneel. And then. Oh. Um. Through how I want to. If maybe this is going to add some additional pain in the backside. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So we want stand to kneel and then kneel. And then kneel to stand. That transitions there, which transitions there. If I just make that the default transition at the moment, set as default state. Default entry are not pre. This is it. I'm definitely going to have to go and do one of the animator courses. I mean, I don't want to be an animator, so I haven't bothered. And I'm just thinking through, like, do I need to add? I mean, how did I do it in the other project? I guess in the other project, uh, I triggered a switch idle. So, okay, so in the other project, we return to 0 move speed. That puts us in the basic idle. And then there's a trigger that fires every now and then to switch the idle style. So, could add idle. Kneel to stand. For the moment, we'll make transition exit base layer. Should go back to multiple. Welcome back. Welcome back. Now this does have the animator module, so it is gonna. Probably need to think about whether I actually need. Oh, but that we probably don't. We could probably just let almost all of this be client side. Okay. So kneel idle. These animations were made to chain, so we don't need. That looks like. Okay, I'm gonna slow that down just to force it to sit in that position a little bit longer. I wonder if I blended this with one of the look ones, it would I wonder how that would play. So blend tree, add motion, add motion. Damn it, Sarah, I'm out of drink. Bear with me a second. Let me just get this thought through. So nil idle and idle variation. So as it stands there, set that back to the. Oh, thank you. You bring a drink. Drink has arrived. Right, so if I blend these. Yeah, that doesn't work. I'd have to set up Avatar Mask for that to work. Okay, we'll undo that. Let's go blend tree there and put the Neil idle back in. Put in half speed. I should have undone. Save me remaking this. 1, 0. So, like I say, I don't need to worry about the transitions. They're made. They essentially it's baked in. Okay. Now, I don't know whether to cycle this back round. I probably don't need, but let's think about that in a second. So I'm going to make the transition from here to stand to kneel. I'm going to delete that and set that as the default state. That is going to have a bit of a transition because that can be coming from any state essentially. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'll set 7 states. And if I'm going to make all of these transitions exit, now I would maybe want to not transition exit. I'd probably want to loop them until I just want to keep coming back to idle entry, essentially. that doesn't need. That's gonna right. Okay. So now we need to put the conditions. To idle style is less than 1. Oh my god, really? Is there no equals? Is that why maybe I should make it an int? Is that going to let me support equal? Really? Idle style. greater, less, equal. So floats don't support. All right, I'm going to change these to int, and I will deal with the problems that causes in the other characters animator later. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So add int. I think these were originally ints. I made a change. Fit somebody else's animator. Style. Hack style. New style. Really awkward. Freestyle. Let me do that. First. Go death style. At the moment, I don't have multiple for these, but death style. I need to make sure there's no spaces in as well. Right, now it should let me delete the very first one. I'm going to do idle style. And I'm going to do idle style is less than 1. And this is just to catch any error states. So if something sets it to -4, for example, I've got something. This is taking way longer than I would. Copy. Paste. Idle style. Right. I want to remove the last one. Copy. I'm going to paste this onto all of them and then paste, paste, paste. I'm going to use this as a template for like attack variants and like run, like lots of different. Right. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for a total of 7. Starts from 0. I wish I could put nodes on this. Realistically, all of these should just transition back to idle entry until we interrupt. Make transition that way, make transition that way, make transition that way, make transition that way, that way, that way. And we don't need transitions. We're gonna make it be an interruption to leave the state. Oh, we also that one, and just for the sake of making it look a bit more simple, little bit. Like just tidying up the layout a bit. Of yeah, I mean that looks sensible, right? So we want the transition that goes back the other way, because this is just idles, and we're just looping the idle. I'm going to make this, some of them, they all, okay. This we definitely don't want to be empty. Or I think maybe that's just upsetting the pre. Let's. I'm going to say, but we're going to make it. No, I'm not. Leave that out. Come back to that in a minute. Transition. Probably just leave all the default transition times here. Right. And I want to set up a couple of trigger conditions just for testing. So I'll do set as default state. Delete that. I'm going to make transition to idle. So I can directly link it to, again, make transition idle 1. Then it doesn't visual. I don't like that because it doesn't visualize the transition. And it skips the entry. We don't want to do. Right. So I'm going to make that transitions condition. I don't really have a condition for it at the moment, so I'm going to make it crouch trigger just for testing, and then I'm going to make transition back to walk on attack trigger. Right, let's hit play. Oh, I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs for a second while this plays. Okay, so that's just going to loop walk. If I press crouch trigger, okay, I do need the idle in there. Okay, we're learning. We're learning. I'm not sure I want. Hmm. Seven. I could delete this idle from the list. Um, but I'm not going to because it means that it will just stand around position. So crouch trigger. All right. Idle style is not being updated. Where did I update it from? On here. I'm going to attach this bugger and just make sure it's actually running. If max states is less than or equal to 1, let's do that. Okay, crouch trigger. It is running. Max states is 7. Ah, I was ignoring the console. I'm going to hit play. Parameter style does not match because I changed it to an int and I forgot to update the code. Right. So we crouch trigger first. Okay, there we go. So if we stand there, we now have a much better selection of like idols. So the next thing I'll probably want to do is add some speed variation. Let's see if we can do that. Does a state machine... Let me change screen for this. Does a state machine behavior have a wake? A state machine behavior is a scriptable object, which is an object. Hang on. Let's Unity animator state. Go play on awake for animation. Mechanism state machine create 2 states, one state to do another second. Wait. What I'm trying to think through doing is storing a speed variable. Let me just write awake. And I'm gonna just see if that runs. It's the easiest way, right? Like just write it and see if it runs rather than spending forever looking at docs. It does run. Beautiful. I thought it would. I just wanted to check. Right, okay. So with this state machine, I don't actually care about it for this one. You know what I do? I do, because we can extract method and set idle style. And from here, we can do set idle style. Ooh, how do I even get the animator? Because on a normal object, it would just be get component. Animator dot get current animator dot that's not going to work. This boilerplate it created is also totally unnecessary. I don't actually need that. I don't need to return anything. I didn't need the flow control at all. Unity on state enter. On state. This dot. Let's see what we got attached to it. Name, member, wires clone, max states. No, equals awake. So I can't. Let's see what references it's got. State machine behavior. Passing the animator. The rest is compiled, sorry. It's not going to be part of scriptable object. It's a particular scriptable object, but it's not. All right, so what we'll do is I'm going to undo a load of that. I'm not going to make a method that's just going to be a single. I am going to set a method that's a single use case. I'm going to set a default, and then I'm just going to do Unity object should not use no, but fine. Idle style in set. Use animator.string to hash for repeated animator method calls. This is right. Yeah, this is right. I should do what I did in the character controller because it improves performance. Where are we? Cache references. Read only int. It was this one. Idle style hash. And then we do it like that. And we'll do if animator. So essentially, if it's null, we skip the setting of the integer. No, that doesn't work. It does if I swap the order around. Or if or if I don't specify, hang on, cameras, got to put it back down. I could just be happy with it just being idle. I feel like I'm overthinking this big time. Because I don't even need to store it at this point. Like, why would I need to store it? It's stored on the animator. Um, if we on enter state, the variable. Do you not let me? Right here. I don't think I. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. Let's. I was meant to be dropping in a really basic animation for this, and I'm getting very carried away. And well, let's add like multiple styles and smoothing and like it's supposed to be an MVP. I could have dropped this into the existing state machine. Like I could have dropped the avatar into the existing state machine and just swapped the animations. Can I get the animator? I can't do it like that. That's a shame. There's got to be a way. On state and in index states, blah blah blah. I mean the answer is I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna do replace next states with just directly calling random. And it occurs to me if is this called before the transition or after? Because if it's called before, then this is fine and it'll always randomize the state, which is what I want. So I want to make sure when I actually hit go, it doesn't transition to. You're right, Simple. I'm getting carried away. And I just wanted a basic crouch trigger. And then. Okay, that did immediately transition to. And then it goes back to entry. These need a longer transition time, I think. Some of these look very robotic. Then again, why do I care? Okay, let's go back to my original character controller and just adapt that, get that to adopt the animations that are here, and then we'll extend that afterwards. What I should be doing with this is doing it in the project where my original character controller is. rather than doing it here and then having to backport it. So let's go to my character controller. Where are we? Character controller. Do you know what? I'm tempted to delete this. No, I'm not gonna. I'll leave it. Right. Animations. Player animation controller. I bring that down here, and this is the one I want to use. I'm getting some thoughts that I should have appended the word sample to all the ones that are previous. So when I copy them, I don't end up with two that are exactly the same name. Right, player astronaut. Use. That's the avatar. Player anim. Right, this does have some problems. Right, this does have some problems, and it needs a couple. It's not finished, but it does most of what it needs. So we'll start from here. So Asuna animation. Now, so I go locomotion blend, go animation, Asuna idle, idle one, right? And then the idle here has got a turn left and turn right, which is very nice. Left, right. Right, walk. Got walk 1, 2. I'm just going to use walk 1. Let's not overthink this. Walk. And then got backward. No, that's not what we want. I'm just looking for if there's a walk turn. Because there was there's an idle. I need to not sure how I solve this. Completely different animation. Deal with that. We'll see what it looks like once we've got everything. Right. So I've got. If I click on each individual animation here, look. If I click on walk, like it shows you Asuna because it tended to be made with it. If I click on the other one, it's not. But she doesn't have a walk turn. I'm almost tempted to put the strafe left as a blend in between. We'll deal with that in a minute. Let's do run. Got run. Run. Okay, so that's fine. Again, she doesn't have a run turn. Does she have a separate sprint? Doesn't have a separate sprint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put her run sprint. I tell her to turn. She actually sort of kind of she kind of does play nice, relatively nice with the Mixamo placeholders that I've got here. I mean, that's blending her run with the Mixamo right turn. That's actually much better than I was expecting. Right, so let's set her. Now let's look at the locomotion blend, right? So the speed. Maybe I want to change the thresholds here. This is one of the changes I needed to make in the character controller because I need to change the way they're normalized. Let's hit play. Right, so we're in idle. That's kind of that should be. We're going to walk. And then sprint's basically the same, but we'll speed it up. I speed it up from. Yes, I can. So I'm going to make it 1.5 because I think sprint is 50% faster. Play. That looks really weird. So we'll make it 1. Okay, it's just the blending, and like they're not made to work together, so that's fine. So we'll make it 1.5. Okay. That looks fine. It's not perfect, but you bear in mind this is top down, so not going to see it in great detail. So base layer. Then we got the dynamic idle. This is the one where I probably don't want a blend tree for this. And this is where I shouldn't have had this in relation to locomotion. I should have had this just a self-contained idle. It should just be here. What I was doing initially with this was, if I go into it, the concept with this was take two idle animations that are compatible in terms of blend. These actually work. Yeah, it was make two idle animations that are compatible in terms of blend and randomize the number between them. And that way you don't have this robotic always the same setting. Wondering how. I'm just wondering if these would be compatible with the existing animations. For example, if I do that, if I add a new blend tree, uh, new blend tree, right? And is breathing idle. Instead of that, I'm going to on add motion. That one. That one. And then for the other one, I'm going to try and set animations idle variation 3 random. I'm not sure how. Right, so I want it to be the way I'm breathing. Then hit play. Currently, that's just the breathing idle. But if I blend that with that doesn't really work. It's either full ass scratch or no or nothing. Try variation. This is actually why I was looking at making a two-dimensional tree. Moment, just idle it. If I put it there, look. So that slight twist of the head as it looks, those are compatible. I don't think I can properly make a two-dimensional blend tree. I don't think I can properly make a two-dimensional blend tree without significant changes. I'd need to replace this variable. That's not going to be practical at the moment. Plus the fact that the animator doesn't support those data types, I'll have to make them make composite out to like it very clunky. What I am going to do is going to add motion. Add the animation idle there. And copy. I can't remember how high the style goes. I think it actually only goes to 1. Set float. Float for the animation styles. Okay, no, it's 1, 2, 3. Or is it? Idle start. I don't think I actually set it, you know. Because in the code, the only place it's actually set is in a debug test function. variables, valid parameters. Properties. I didn't get around to. Okay, I didn't get around to randomizing it. I could have sworn I got round. Blend tree transition rate, attack layer, transition in and out. I didn't get around to animating the. Okay. So that just doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to accept the partially blended idle we've got. That'll do, right? That's the dynamic idle done. That's the locomotion done. Hey Max, it's going good, bud. It's going good. I'm just trying to integrate a character to replace the generic robot. How are you doing, buddy? I'm gonna pretend jumping doesn't exist. Attack layer. We're gonna do avatar mask. A simple attack mask. Avatar. I may have just messed that up. I'm gonna leave it default. Moment. Avatar. That one. I'm not gonna import the skeleton yet. That layer. Right. So the attack layer is. You don't really have an attack layer for the character because they should always they should generally always be attacking. Character design integration is your most hated part, and Coda can't make things look good. Well, that's what Demon's for. Usually, when I'm doing stuff like this, I would make it work and then go, Demon, make it pretty. Demon, make it pretty. But when I planned this 2 weeks, the plan was I get from nothing to functional without assistance, and then anyone I can invite to like provide additional assistance, that's just gravy, right? It's a bonus. Right. I think I might have to reconsider idle, but let's just see how the locomotion layer works. I'm going to drop into the actual proper project. Retest character player animation control. Right. So if I hit play and just make sure nothing explodes, and then we'll go into the network enable. Right. So what this should do, after a little bit of a delay, it should drop down to dynamic idle. Did I actually disable? Remember the conditions. I know it was working because I remember watching it doing it earlier today. I watched it change today down to dynamic idle. I mean, it's. I watched it do it automatically. Like if I do that, look. What she should be doing is screw it. Like that's not the bit I'm trying to work on at the minute, so we'll not worry about that. The scenes, bootstrap, get some play space. Correct. I don't think I applied everything to the prefab, but we'll find that out in a second. The repo, I think it's public, yeah. Gravy is more than just a bonus. Good gravy. Bad gravy is just coloured water. Bad gravy is absolutely just coloured water. Right, let's zoom in a bit. There's some weirdness. Because I think she's smaller now. Or I feel like she's smaller. I didn't apply the things prefab, the bits that were making her move weirdly. Let's go back to the. Bear with me a second, Stephen. What I'll do, if it's not, I'm pretty sure I made it public, but if it's not public, I'll add you anyway. Just give me a second. Character controller. Not the character controller. Asuna example scene. Override. Yes. Apply all. Scene. Windscreen. Game over. Bootstrap. It is just watered down meal. Oh, right. Okay. I think she reads far too small. But I mean, see, I jumped there. She doesn't read. I don't think she reads particularly well. Like this far zoomed out, she's. Can we flip? Oh, sorry, my bad. I meant to set up automatic switching and completely forgot before I went live today. Let's also maximize. Okay, yeah, she definitely. Oh, and I pressed the wrong attack button. Right, post. Right. The turning animation isn't doing anything. Which may be just because the character controller is a little bit incomplete, but that's fine. Kept dropping into the fall animation then. That's interesting. Let's have a look at selector. And I'm going to put it side by side and we'll do a bit of running around. Because I swear, yeah, she's going into the fall animation. I'm just okay. Let's bring the animator back up. Animator. I am Wait, she's even. I could just disable jump because this game she's not supposed to jump. Pickups, enemies. No prefabs. player Asuna, character movement module, and jump. No. And I'm just going to delete that part of the state machine. Right. You should be able to grab it. Bear with me a sec. Bear with me a sec, because you know, let me do that now. Let me do it now. GitHub. What we'll do is I'll grant you access. I think I made it public. But if not, I'll grant you access. I think public only gives you access to read it, right? It is public, right? So there's the public. You won't be able to make just do me a favor, see if you can make a pull request, but clone that. What I'll do is, while you clone that, I'm going to make a drink and nip to the loo, and then we'll have a talk about parameters, like what needs to go where. How's that sound? If I give you like 5 minutes while I go and grab a drink and stuff to get it cloned, and then I'll call you on Discord, and we can have a chat. Right. Okay. So I'm gonna nip to the loo then and grab a drink, and then we will add Stephen. Just remind people when I call you, Stephen, that because I won't have audio filters on your side of the mic. Just remind people that like you'll be appearing on here. So I say, give me 5 minutes or so to grab a drink. I'll be right back. Hello. Can you hear me okay? I'm just double check the mic because I'm standing a little further away at the moment. Oh, right. Okay, we can hear me. Right. Notice you've managed to pull the show. Hopefully the news won't take too long. So, which bit I should call you? Hang on. Let's get Stephen added to Discord. Trying to talk to Stephen in a two-way conversation while I was meant to be calling him on Discord. So let's do that. Right. Here's where we find out that Discord is going to get really upset with me because I've got too many audio devices active. It tends to get a bit funny when you're doing that. But hopefully it'll work. Speaker set. I'm on the right speakers. I'm on the right microphone. I think. Right, just wait for Stephen. In the meantime.
Hello?
Hello, Stephen.
Hi. Oh, God, I need to meet you on the stream.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
There we go. That was bad.
Welcome.
Like few second delay echo. Yeah, Discord wasn't happy that I was installing the Unity version and Discord started to go really slow whilst I was trying to answer.
I'm going to tweak you so we hopefully level out the same volume as well.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so you can see my screen, I take it. I don't need to share it with you.
You don't need to share it with me. I've got it up on Twitch, but obviously there's a bit of a delay on Twitch, so...
what were you thinking? Were you thinking of like environment design? Were you thinking of just like
I was thinking environment design. Now I'm not sure. I've got a modular kit I'm working on at the minute, but it's not really ready. But I can make things with it. I was wondering whether we wanted to experiment with that or use the one like the previous one beforehand.
I'm happy with either, as long as it like meets the necessary parameters of the design. So let's talk about what those actually are. So if I look top down, if I zoom out a bit, can't zoom out, lights will get in the way. You'll notice we've got a room and then the space in between the rooms.
Yep.
So conceptually, the first level starts in a TV studio and then goes to a sort of back room, sort of warehousey area where the arenas are sort of purpose-built arenas. But the space in between them will be like just the TV studio corridors and like areas where all the equipment goes, right? Conceptually.
Okay. Right.
Now, when somebody goes through a door, they're supposed to be committed to going in that direction. So where this corridor is here, there needs to be the environmental barriers to mean that once you've gone through a door, you're committed to that direction. Now, that could be as simple as a big concrete pillar at the corner, right? But it doesn't have to be. The UI is diegetic, but they move. Like they can be placed anywhere. They're conceptually, if I zoom in a little bit, they're designed as like the backing of like an LCD, like a big LCD panel, so they can move to the walls. Now, they don't necessarily need to all be in view at the same time, kinda, because the default view is like top down, right? So all four are in view. One of the things I was considering, but haven't actually got around to working it out yet, is like, let's say I'm down at this view, right? So let's say I, for whatever reason, let the player do this. I'm probably not going to be exactly this, but let's say you can't quite see the ones down here, or we're sort of down here and they're behind the wall. Well, I could also place them on this wall, on a wall on the next room over, so that they, like, when you move the view around, they remain visible, but it's the same player's readout, but just a different readout for the same player. Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah, that does make sense.
So if you imagine sort of the TV studio, like, would be placing these as like contestant panels throughout the environment, that's what it's sort of meant to sort of be like. So there's there's those. Now the ground needs a nav mesh on it.
Okay.
And we need roughly this shape, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be square.
Okay.
It probably needs to have the same width and height so that it can fit nicely in the grid, but it doesn't necessarily need to be square. We can round off the corners. We could take a chunk out of one corner. As long as there's a door on each side, that's totally fine. Okay?
Okay.
We could maybe make a hole in the middle of one of the arenas. Like, probably don't want to do that too much, but like it could be done. So each door, let me show you the door. Now, just conceptually, before I get into the doors, actually, the room is not, it's conceptually a room, and in level 1 it will be a room. Let's assume we get to level 2, 3, 4 that start to move outside. The room is just the borders of that particular arena, right? So it could be like a field fence, for example, right? Just
you're back. All I heard then was like a field fence.
right. Okay. So the room doesn't necessarily
Don't know
need
what
to
happened
be.
there.
The room doesn't necessarily need to be a room. The room just needs to be the current play area for the player. So if we say moved into an outdoor area, it could just be a fence, right?
Okay.
So level 1 is an indoor area, but like when we get to later, it doesn't necessarily need to all remain indoor. Or you could make it, say, let's say these 4 collectively all have one big wall around them, but just have fenced off sub arenas. So you're essentially just moving to different areas in the same arena. Like, that would work too, right? Does
Makes
that
sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Now, each of the prefabs has a camera trigger. Hang on. No, let me bring a room up so I can look at just a room. Room template. Right, so the room template, let me close the things that aren't necessary, has a camera positions object in it. This needs to be here. This is one of the sort of mandatory components. I haven't placed the cameras in it other than the top one yet, but essentially the transform of any objects in this will be the transforms that are usable by the player.
Okay.
So when I start adding ones where we let them have like lower down stuff like here, that's what I'm gonna go with. In fact, I'm gonna prefab the camera positions because it's identical for every room. It needs to be identical for most of them, I think. We potentially could vary it, but I should probably make sure I do a push in a sec as well before you branch. Okay, so each room, let's say, has 4 doors. Let's have a quick look at a door. So a door is built in a couple of different components. One of them is it's got an enemy spawner, which is on the outside side of the door. That's just it's a game object, but it doesn't really do much beyond give the room spawner a position to find it relative to the door. So it's sort of conceptually it needs to be slightly outside the door. There's a player barrier, which is an invisible force field that just stops the player walking through wherever the door is. And the door mesh itself is separate. In these, I'm just going with like a force field, but it doesn't necessarily need to be, right?
Okay.
We do need to consider at the moment, the enemies walk through, which makes sense if it's a force field, right? Because it looks fine if an enemy's walking through. If we make it like a solid door that needs to slide open and close, we need something to deal with the fact that the enemies will walk through the closed door. Essentially, we'd need like something to visually sort of make that work. At the moment, it's a force field. It doesn't have to be, right?
Okay.
Doors I've made at the moment 3 meters wide by 2.5 meters tall, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, 2.5 meters tall, 3 meters wide. They don't necessarily need to be.
Yeah, like, can I go larger than this? Like, how much freedom do I have to change scalings of things?
Well, that's actually, I haven't made anything bigger than a humanoid yet. I was planning on making some sort of chunkier bosses that would need to fit through the doors.
Okay, so bigger doors would work fine.
Yeah, bigger doors would work fine. And
Okay.
theoretically, if we get to like a boss room, we could have a unique large door.
Yeah.
But we just need to consider that. Let's say at the moment, humanoids are what I've mostly used, and I probably want them a bit chunkier than I've got. But as long as you don't go smaller, we're good. What you probably want to start with editing is there's in the prefabs folder, there's a room building folder, and then there's a room template, and everything else inherits from that. So
Okay.
So what I did is I sort of built this sort of just the basic frame of the room. So if you're editing anything that like affects every room, start there. The other ones, you see these studio room 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. At the moment, they don't really have any different settings other than what enemies spawn. So they're just the room template with some slightly different enemy spawners. But potentially they could have some extra visual geometry and extra sets of doors and whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
So I don't know if you caught, if you were still here. There's an object here called camera triggers. I haven't set this up to properly go. Can you see the collider here? The stream's caught
up. Not yet. Yes, now I can.
Okay, so you know the bit where the camera transitions from room to room?
Yeah.
This is one that basically does the corridor, so it goes a bit at a time. It's not attached to any particular room yet, so at the moment they sort of manually need placing in the right places around the map. I probably would think like once we get a set piece for the corridor, I think they should probably like move on to that. But just sort of highlighting it at the moment, it will need manually adding at some point if we like start changing the corridors and stuff. It's just not attached to any particular room.
Okay.
Now, you'd probably noticed already, I have integrated weapons with Ricochet.
I did, yes.
And I wasn't originally, that wasn't part of the plan initially, but I love the idea that I can skill shot and like bounce between enemies.
Yeah, it's cool.
That feels very fun to me, so I'm planning to keep it, which means for physics geometry, we probably need to keep it fairly simple so it's predictable. Visual geometry is fine, right? But like if we put, say, a pipe going up here, if it's something relatively small, I think we just leave it flat so it's predictable. Otherwise, like it's going to get really like weird to the player about like hitting tiny little defects in the wall, like making it unpredictable.
Yeah.
If we've got something big like a large pillar, that's fine, right? But we just want to avoid the details. Although looking at your assets, when I was looking at your asset pack, I noticed everything was extremely low poly and like was being dealt with sort of baked normals and displacement, right?
Yeah, most of them just had normal box colliders on them as well. Because it wasn't necessary to go higher than that. There's only a couple that have mesh colliders on. but there's not many that do.
Okay. Cool. Right. If you're thinking environment design,
Yes.
let me open the room template. Just make sure I've prefabbed. I'm just gonna make fresh prefabs of the individual sections so that when it makes things a little bit more sensible for us working on similar things. So I'm going to do room building. I'm going to prefab the room start trigger. I'm not going to prefab the room geometry because that's basically just everything. Minus a few. I'm going to create an empty for player monitors. I'm going to put the arena monitors in those. And I'm not going to prefab that yet. Should I prefab that? No, that'll do. That'll do. I'll make sure everything's saved. And added as sooner animation. And
Okay,
some prefabs. Right, so if I push this now.
Fetching.
You'll have to hit. It's just finished. Try again.
Okay, it's going to take a minute. Yeah, I got it. Pull origin.
Okay, so and everything's broke down into prefabs. So, for example, I can work on the camera like transition functionality, if like while you're working on something else. So I guess two things. Do you have any questions, and what are your thoughts on like direction of how to like how you think this should go?
Well, I was going to share screens and ask questions because I've opened a Unity project I'm already working on whilst I'm waiting for the Unity version to install. So I don't know how you're going to do this, but I don't know what it's going to look like through Discord.
I'm just going to put enough dots to hide any cat history. Actually, I can put it in pop-out mode.
Yeah, that's true.
And then if I switch screens to that one, I should be able to see your perspective. Right.
Okay. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the old kit that I was talking about. This is the one that you saw on stream a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I wasn't kind of unsure when you were describing things because you were saying like a studio environment, but then you mentioned about the force fields, and I thought, well, maybe it could still work. But this kit is finished, and this is published to the asset store. So this is the most complete and probably the easiest one to use. But then I've been remaking it. So I've pulled in another environment over here. I've been remaking it. So this is the exact same environment, but with the new kit.
Yep.
I haven't finished this, but this one is a lot more powerful. And you can do a lot more with it.
Go back. That room there with the big like empty panels rather than the detailing on everything, I think looks a lot better to what I had in my a lot closer to what I had in my head.
So the really cool thing about this one, I've fallen in love with shaders recently.
Well, I guess I get to do some performance testing on your shaders now.
Yeah, well, I've discovered some issues with it, so I'm not sure if we're actually going to use this.
Well, we'll worry about that later. That's a next week problem.
So I've added something called parallax occlusion mapping.
Yep.
Which I don't know if we'll want to use for this because I think it's too intensive. It drops my frames by about 30 seconds. So let's look at a wall and I'll show you what it does. So right now it's just using a normal map, right?
Yep.
And you see all the details pop out. Have you ever seen those paintings where they use like layers of glass? So they'll do like 10 or 15 layers of glass and just painting in different details. So it makes it look 3D.
Yep.
I've essentially made that.
Okay.
So if I up the layers, can you see it becomes 3D? but the problem with that is that I thought it was a better trade-off than polygons, but it's still doing it's taking a lot of computational power.
Okay, that's definitely like we'll experiment after like later. It's very cool.
Because, I mean, that is totally flat.
I mean, I imagine it works better with some things than others as well.
Yeah, it works quite well with pipes, I've found. But some things it doesn't work well with. Like you can see at the edges of the seams of the trim sheet, it's tearing. It's adding these vent components aren't meant to be there, but because of the way it's stretching it, you can see them at certain angles, and that's not quite right. So you need, for this to look good, relatively small values. And at that point, I'm thinking, is it even worth having?
Well, I mean, maybe, but I mean, it makes me think of like, when they first introduced 3D, like modern 3D to cinema, and every instance of it was this jumping out of the screen nonsense, and people get bored of that very quick, so they've stopped bothering.
Yeah.
But 3D, in my view, should have been to just enhance the visual quality in a way that doesn't really jump out and be super obvious. It should be subtle.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that are well designed are they're not noticeable because they're well designed.
Over to the other one.
Hello, Proto Tyler. Welcome.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
So I've just flown back over to this one because I'm showing you the comparisons between the two because I want to decide with you which one is the best one to choose from. So this one, you can, I think you looked at this a little bit, you can change the color of all the panels. Here, you can change the intensity of the panels, and you can change the lighting from here too.
Yep.
You can do all that with the other one. I'll just fly back. This one is a little bit more powerful in that you can change the large pipes, the small pipes, the cables, the panels, and the lights.
Okay.
So you can change all of these and the text that's on it.
Let me tell you what I had in my head, and then I'll tell you which bits actually matter. Right?
Okay.
Have you seen The Running Man?
I haven't. No. What is that?
Okay, first off, go and watch them.
Okay.
It's an old movie which I think also kind of inspired. Wait, there's a modern remake? I didn't know that. It kind of inspired. I think it. I don't know if it's official, but I think it inspired like Smash TV, right?
Okay.
So I'm trying to find an image of it. Like, I don't want to bring this up yet in case because I don't trust.
Okay. Yep, that's fair.
I mean, this is kind of, if I bring this one up, it's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, 1987, right?
And I'm just pulling your stream back up.
And the sort of it's a long. I think I was a kid last time I watched it, right? But essentially, he has to go through. He's on a TV show, and he has to go and fight through death games to like win his freedom.
Okay.
So you notice with and it's not super sci-fi, but you notice if I bear in mind this is the pre-HD era as well. So if you notice if I select these images, there's this sort of it's got this sci-fi vibe, like but it's not super high tech.
Kind of like dystopian sci-fi.
And as it moves outside, you get these sort of this mix of industrial and sci-fi as it goes outside, where you get like wrecked areas, and
sort
of this and Smash TV are what I had in my head when I started concepting this, right? So
right, okay.
But watch the movie; it's a good movie. I don't know if the remake is heard of it until I typed it into Google. I don't know whether that's a good sign or a bad sign. The I just realised I was on the wrong screen, but you could see enough to get the vibe, right? Like,
yeah, I could see it.
You can look through Google image search a lot more safely than I can.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Now, whether that necessarily actually matters to the game I want to make, like my approach to making the game is is that my focus is to design the functionality that is fun, and I have a list of let's say lore components that matter to me, and then I have a list that don't. Right, so the premise of the game is that like you essentially being poor is criminal now, and the only way to not be poor, because everything costs so much and you essentially become enslaved by the rich people, the only way to get freedom from that is to basically win a death game. And even winning, you might not become like you might not win enough money. That's a core principle of the game, right? And it's what I'm designing some of the balance elements and some of the player stat system I'm going to add later. We'll get more into that later. But the point is that's core to the game. The exact sci-fi aesthetic or exact futuristic aesthetic is not like it.
Okay, so one of these kits will work then.
Yeah, like it doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't really. It's not going to change the game I want to drop in any particular different sci-fi aesthetic. I do at some point want to make sure that we have this sort of at least in some of the rooms we get some bits that are sort of grungy and sort of it's a weekly battle room, right? So it needs to look like.
Well, my thinking with that was I was leaving the base kit relatively clean, and then I was going to use decals and masks to make it look dirty.
I knew you were going to say that.
That was my thought process.
I knew you were going to say that. That sounds perfect. Sounds perfect. Yeah. But I guess while we're prototyping as well, it can look clean, and then I kind of like the idea of, because it's network enabled, right? Maybe put something on the server that makes it get dirtier as more people play.
That'd be cool, yeah. Just going to run over there so you can see it from actual post-processing game perspective.
Yeah. So that's live at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be interesting to see how this kit works at a completely different perspective, right? Because we've got the top-down perspective.
I'm a little hesitant to use the new one just because it's not as comprehensive. But I mean, how much geometry do you actually need? Like, just looking at this room,
the geometry I have is enough, right?
So you could fully create everything that you need with everything I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I mean, there are some ideas that I don't intend to implement during these 2 weeks that would require more detailed geometry. But essentially, the reason I drew the rooms out the way I did is because the ones I've drawn out now are the geometry I need to make the game. Like,
right.
If I added textures to these, it would be functional, right?
Yeah.
And the goal here is to get to, let's say, a minimum viable environment, right? So it doesn't need all the detailing. It doesn't need all the set pieces in. It needs to be minimum first. Like, are you familiar with? You might have heard me talk about it before. Are you familiar with the accordion method?
Yes, I have.
Right.
Yeah.
So where it comes to that with this, the next thing would be add themed walls, right? So there's no point putting all the detailing on, get all the walls in first and then push a build, and then come back later and put windows and lights and etc. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
The actual map for the level, for this one, I've drawn it up. It's 6 rooms, and you would do 4 rooms to get through to the boss room.
Okay.
I want probably, let's say, an overall map of 5x5.
Okay.
And you taking a route that is roughly 8 rooms.
So,
And again,
I
I've
was
got
asking
plenty of
about
wiggle room on that, but
I was asking you about the scaling of things because, for the most part, a lot of what exists in this new kit are just basic geometry like this.
yeah.
And then I've got more interesting details like the door and the pillars and things like that. But obviously, if I were to do this at the minute with what you've got, these are a lot bigger than the walls that you are currently using. Is that a problem? Can we just spread them out further? Spread the rooms out further? Or because I'm planning to make thin walls anyway, but at this current moment, I wouldn't have to if spreading them out doesn't matter.
I would say rather than spreading them out, I would say scale them down, make them a child object, right? So the parent is 1-to-1. And the reason I say do that is because the existing room is 1 unity is 1 meter. Like all the existing assets are 1 unit is 1 meter, and a lot of asset store assets come in at that.
Okay.
So essentially, if we scale the environment up to match those assets, every time we import another asset, like we'll have to scale those as well.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I think so. It'll make more sense when I actually start doing it.
Yeah.
I'll show you. So I do have. Let me pull the projects folder over. This is what I mean when I say that the old one is more comprehensive, because I have walls in here as well from the old one already. But the new one looks so much nicer.
Consider that they're not mutually exclusive. Like we could use both for different areas, or like literally have an old version and a new version. Like
this is true.
It's a TV studio. It having parts replaced would be part of the law, right?
I mean, they don't look terrible together. To be fair, there are still some things in the old kit that do look nice.
Now, what I mean is you could have like 4 rooms that are one kit and then 2 rooms that are another, because the studio isn't just going to bin the old room. When they build new ones, they'd put them front and center, but they'd reuse them.
I mean, there's areas where I've meshed them together and they look fine. So okay, we can use these assets then. Yeah. Is what I'm getting.
I mean, whatever you think, mate. Like, frankly, like you're. This is why I'm trying to be clear on which bits I actually care about and which bits are like don't matter, and they're open to like whatever we can do.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of things like, I would probably mostly just do environmental design, because I'm not a great character sculptor. That would take me ages.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be able to do that within the time frame of the project that you're doing.
Well, I think now I've got the character walking around. I'm going to double check what her height is, but I might call that good enough for now and move on and come back and review her like later, because she's functional. Beyond that, we can move on. Like, I mean, that's the point of this, right? It's get it good enough to like drop into the prototype and then move on, and we come back and like continue it later. That doesn't mean we bodge things in like in a way that would make things harder later, because like we consider that as well. It's also probably worth mentioning that I did the sign up to like Steam last night. I've not made the store page yet, because I'm waiting.
Did you? Oh, okay.
I'm waiting on the tax interview validation being done, because they have to verify your identity.
Yeah,
that takes about a week. So basically, at the end of this project, that will be done. So basically, as soon as this project ends, which is Friday, I'll be putting the store page up for it. I won't necessarily open it yet, because I'll probably set up some more time to refine it and play with it a bit before I think about exactly what we want to call the minimum bar for early access. But and the store page has its own validation, which takes about another week or 2.
What are you thinking? Are you charging or?
Yeah. But I'm going to purposely sell it in. I'm also going to sell it. I haven't decided yet. but I'm also going to purposely sell it in packs of like heavily discounted packs of 4 because it's meant to be played with friends.
Okay.
The final version will also support mixed local and remote co-op. So you'll be able to mix like 2 people on one PC and 2 people on another, or 1 person, or 3 people on different PCs with 1 extra person on one of them, and just mix and match.
Nice.
And as I haven't really shown it off much this week, but I've been playing with prototypes out of the time to be able to, because normally when you go into a game, it's select which networking option. Do you want online or do you want LAN? In fact, a lot of games just don't even bother with LAN nowadays. Or do you want split screen? You have to choose split screen or like remote.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to build this where you could start single player. Somebody could come and pick up a controller and join next to you, or you could pause the game, send an invite to a friend, and he could join remotely.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that's the idea. I want to make it sort of quite fluid for that, and it's like I say, I've been doing some experimenting in a little template project to sort of figure out how I can get that to work properly. Right. So are we good? Do you have any more questions? Are we?
I don't at the moment. I'm just waiting for this install. I just checked it though whilst we were chatting. It says Android build support has failed on installation. I don't know why it's done that. It's been stuck in progress 5 of 15, like almost the entire time we've been talking. So I might cancel the install and retry.
Yeah, I would install it with. You don't need the Android build support. The only bit you will actually, if I go installs, manage. You won't need Android. You won't need web. You'll just need Windows build support IL2 CPP.
Hang on. So which version of Unity is it? It's Unity 6.
6.5.5 F1.
Okay.
And then the only one you'll actually need in terms of build support is the Windows build support IL2 CPP.
So
I'm
going to get rid of that version and restart the install because it got stuck part way.
At some point, you might need the dedicated server, but you won't need that this week.
Okay.
Oh, and if you get to playing with the animator at some point, because it confused me for a few seconds, the play buttons move.
Oh. Weird. Why have they done that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's a problem, but it's just moved to the center of the bar, whereas the last time I was playing with it was on the left-hand side.
Right.
And it just...
Oh, go on, sorry.
Just threw me because I was looking where I expected the play button to be and it wasn't there. I was like, why is the play button not disabled? And it's not disabled, it's just...
Yeah, that's weird.
I hadn't looked 3 inches to the right.
Okay, so I don't need Android.
No.
I already have Visual Studio. I don't need to install Visual Studio again, do I?
No. It'll be trying to get you to install the 2026. I would not bother. Just keep don't install it and use whatever you've got.
Is there anything else I need? In fact, let me pull this over to this monitor so you can actually see what I'm talking about.
Oh, hang on.
So
I just stopped the stream. Pop out. There we go. I can see it. Okay. You don't need Universal Windows Platform. You don't need web build.
Okay. Just Windows build.
Just Windows build support.
Okay. Cool. That makes that a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Heck of a lot smaller. All right. Well, I'm going to go get a drink and come back. Hopefully that won't take that long.
Okay. I'm going to drop out the call because I'm getting distracted enough with people. With talking to people.
That's fine. I will go and do some environments. So I'll make a pull request. Are we doing how are you handling pull requests?
You mean in terms of QA?
Yes.
Let's talk about that when you've made one.
Okay.
Because
all right.
I wasn't really thinking too much about doing the normal like QA, but then I hadn't really expected. I didn't know how much I was going to get people like book in and help. So
Okay.
in the meantime, what I'm going to do is the next thing on my list. Let me bring up the list of what's for today. So I've got adding the art assets for the player model. That's already done. You're about to do the arena walls. The next thing to add is for today is the camera controls. So I'm going to go and do that to allow some movement of camera. I will place it like the prefab I made earlier for it. I'll do it all based on that. But once it's done, if you want to tweak where those positions sit for a particular room, you can do.
Okay. It might take me a little bit to get some things going if I'm using this new kit, because the new kit doesn't have proper naming conventions. Some of them don't have proper point origins. So it might take me a little bit. When that's done, I'll fly through it.
Well, this is good practice to like think about how do you need to refine your kit. Like, I mean, I've exactly a lot of the stuff I put in this project are my own packages, and I've been going through the same thing. Like, as I'm using them for something that's completely different to what I built them for, like it's a good test of like what's this like to work with.
The other one's not so bad. I've used that quite a bit, but just the new one's so experimental. I don't know if it's ready, so I guess we'll find out.
Yep.
All right. I will leave you to it, and I'll speak to you soon.
All right. See you in a bit, bro.
All right. Catch you later. Bye.
Okay, that's fantastic. That takes some work off, and I know Stephen's going to do a great job. Those. He shares my tendency to go off on a tangent and do way more than he originally intended. So I'm sure that's probably going to be the biggest problem, is that he'll come back with like 17 environments rather than one. But that works. It's fine. As long as we have an environment that's okay. Okay, so what I need to work on in the meantime then is the camera. And so I don't accidentally now that I am working collaboratively, I'm gonna create a branch for this. Just so we keep main separate. I do this actually sometimes when I'm working alone as well, because it's just a good idea to keep anything new and experimental separate from the main project. Right. So I'll change monitors. Bring up the room template. I'm going to close the animation and the animated tab. At the moment, we have our player avatar and she functions. So I am going to do a quick overview of what I intend to change to her later, just for free. So she already comes with a selection of animations that I'm not using to do with like the weapon, and I'll need to integrate those later. I'm not doing yet because I haven't actually really done the weapon. Although maybe we could just adopt her weapon as it for later. I'll experiment with that after I've done the camera. But I want player customization to be an option. This. In fact, I want quite a high degree of player customization. If I show off just before I sort of bookend it and move on to other things, if I bring up the example scene again, and I come down here to Asuna, just for adding the art. Good lad, good lad. Right, so if I bring this down here, so if I do textures, head, where are they? Default eyes. So there's a lot of different eye colors here, and I've not really gone into all the details of how this is set up to to actually change all these. But there's quite a lot of... So look, so the eyeball left here has got eyeball blue. Let's go eyeball green. Oh, I'm doing that on the disabled one. Let's actually bring... Right. So now we've got separate eyeball color. Now this isn't really totally necessary for or in arena version, but I was planning on having a like a live replay system. So there's going to be a camera floating around. Oh, you don't have right access. Hang on, let me add you. Collaborator. Oh, I have to get the auth stuff out. Yeah, I mean, I want to be able to add a lot of customization, and there'll be a replay system. So in the replay system, you'll be able to see a lot more of the detail of the character, as well as there'll be the like between level transitions and cutscenes and stuff like that. And because of that, I want to add some personalization to the characters. I want to allow players to be able to do things like change the hair color, change the eye color, change the skin color, change the outfit color. I've just added you, Stephen. You'll have to accept your invite before I can give you right permission. Right, but particularly, so if I look at the body mesh, I think. So we've got Asuna body blue. If I look at Asuna body black, Asuna body green. So it's already provided with a selection of different materials. Now, this isn't the full customization I want. What I want is mask maps. So, for example, I could change the red section separately to the white section. And I'll be able to change the eyeball, like each individual eyeball color, change the hair color. I think, like, I know, like, people say, oh, well, you don't see the details. I play Skyrim watching my character from the background, but I change the eyeball color, right? I like being able to customize the character to either something that I feel feel an affinity for, or if I'm just doing a role play where I'm trying to play something like that doesn't really resemble me, I like to be able to experiment. And I think the most recent character I was playing is an elf with bright red eyes, right? Like, because they're sort of fire magic themed, so bright red eyes. Now I'm always looking at the character from behind. Does it matter? No. Like, I still wanted to make the eyes red. But there's also going to be these transitions between levels, like when you're first in the when you're first in the TV studio, because that's where you're going to start, and then walk into the level, or the replay cameras. So you will get to see the customization. Some of the customization, I'm going to allow selection of selection of some base weapons before you go in. Some of those will have higher costs than others. But I like the idea of adding a lot of customization, and I don't think it's that crazy different. I mean, me and Stephen a few weeks ago have had sort of some back and forth about adding mask maps to add, and he's done a fantastic job. You saw when he demoed his assets there of different segments being coloured. There's a lot of different ways to do that, and it gives you a lot of flexibility and personalization in the. I really like being able to do that. So now that thought is over and bookended, I'm going to open the Bootstrap scene. Actually, let's just go to players, room building, room template, and I want camera positions. And this is where I need to think through how this will work based on or how the arena camera will work. Because I'm trying to think, do I want to put the code for moving the camera on the arena camera? Takes you to the repo. There's no, yeah. You have to hit the notifications for it are terrible. Hang on. If you've accepted the invite, I will have to grant you now change your access. So bear with me a sec. Where did I put the? I closed. I think I closed the GitHub window. Let's see if it's got you down as accepting your invite. You have accepted your invite. Well, that should be it. One entity has access to this repository. Collaborator. You should have access because I haven't actually put any restrictions on. Once you actually clicked, yeah, just the let's say the UI is not the UI is let's say a bit clunky, but it's showing in the settings that you're a collaborator now. You've accepted the invite, so we're good. You should be able to crack on, and at the very least, I think you should still be able to work locally. So if we're still having a problem, then we'll deal with that afterwards. But tells me you're a collaborator, so I'm going to believe it. Because regardless of what it does remotely, right? Like you could do anything you like on your PC with branches, like once you've cloned it. Wouldn't let you push it to the repository. Right, I think what I'm going to do is let's have a look at, rather than doing this in the template, let's have a look at how did I set the camera up. Right, okay. So let me change back to this. I think this is where I want to put the triggers because all the other triggers are basically calling this is method set transform. So I think what my my best option for this is to put the inputs in here as well. Trying to think because I'm already using twin stick. What do we use for camera? Let's bring up the player controls, ones that I already use. So left stick, right stick. That zoom, that's not. Look is used. I could use pad. All right. Cheers, bro. I'll speak to you soon. So I'm going to just call this camera. Its type is going to be yes value. Height is going to be vector 2. And as the binding, I'm going to add up, down, left, right composite. Delete the existing one. So 2D vector, I'm going to do up is listen for this. So I'm going to use the D-pad because I'm just making the assumption of controller, but I'm not going to make it extra. So pad up, down is going to be down, left, going to be D-pad left, and right is going to be okay. And let's add another one. I'm not sure what to set these to for. I'll set them to the arrow. Up, down, left, right. So they're all keyboard and mouse, and they're all gamepad. Okay. Got camera. Player.camera. We'll save that. And we're going to do player controls. Player controls. Input. Action. Camera up. It's not camera up. It's one input. It's a composite. So camera input. Now let's do the initial setup. So we do on enable play. Hang on, no, we want awake first. Player controls equals new. And then in on enable, we'll do camera input equals player control dot player dot camera input. No, it's just camera. And then we want on disable player controls dot dot disable. They start enabled by default, but we'll put just in case player controls dot enable. Okay, play done. So in update, we now need the inputs. Void read camera inputs. So new, hang on, no, vector 2, camera, vector 2 inputs. Hang on, I'm making the, I'm going to rename that to I'm just add an IA at the end. So camera input So camera input equals camera input IA dot read value vector2 and that. And then we go camera input if camera input equals vector2 dot 0 return. We do nothing. We'll just early exit if it's 0. I'm on the right. There we go. We'll do read camera inputs. There we go. So we're always going to read the camera input. So we've got two distinct states. The first state is we're in the top position. We're going to assume the top down position is always 0. We'll make that a constraint. Smooth transitions. So what we want to do is when we're setting a new transform is also pass data about the collection of camera transforms. So if I go to this, set new transform equals new camera transform equals camera locations dot get transform at index 0. What I might do is just pass that camera locations because that's stored both on the room and the camera update trigger. Let's do that. So we're going to change. So transform new transform equals blah, 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 blah. We're going to make this room camera locations array. Camera, what did I call it in the other one? Let's be consistent. For camera locations. So just camera locations. And that is... okay. I need to consider that sometimes we're passing an index. Which we weren't doing here anyway, so we can move that over. Let's just me double check the other one. Yeah, neither of them are smart. So we can... I can do the same thing, right? So we do camera locations dot, and then we'll add the smart messed up the name there. Camera locations to get no accessible extension method get transform at index. Public transform get transform at index int I. Does not contain was it a list? No, it's not a list. It's just an object because it contains the list internally, if I remember rightly. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it's not a list because it maintains its own internal list. Okay, so that works. So now instead of taking the transform, we take the camera locations object itself. Then we get new transform from it. I'll have to update this. Just pass camera locations. And I'll have to update... hang on, where else was this called from? It was called from room there. Yeah, thought so. Camera locations. We'll pass that. We'll delete that. I'm also going to add, while I'm thinking about it, int location index equals 0. So I maintain the ability to define it from like, because I might want to define it from the calling place, and then we're just going to do location index, which at the moment is 0 because I'm never providing an index. It just gives me a bit of flexibility of where I want to do that from. Okay, so arena camera. I should probably test this still does what it used to do. And transitions. Because at the moment it's not doing anything. Like I've done some refactoring, but it should be the same logic. So let's test that. Post the game. Wait and kill the enemy now. Should make these guys a bit slower. Right. So let's make sure we transition. I think I've undone that change to the player prefab where I fixed the movement speed, but we'll come back to that. I was falling again then. I must have not applied it to the correct prefab, but one thing at a time. We'll come back to that later. Right, so it's still doing exactly what it should. So our default int current camera index equals 0. Now I feel like that's not going to work because they're not necessarily in a sensible order. It's not going to work the way I thought it was. Let's do the top down first, right? So if we do still need the index, we're just not going to change it, right? So int current camera index equals 0, right? So our next thing is if current camera index is 0, we want transform dot rotate by, hang on, it's, oh, this is where I need the complex. Needs to rotate around the Z axis, but it's local Z axis. So it's angle degrees around the Y axis determines whether that's not how it's done. It rotate around. So rotate around local, right? And rotate around local. Axis and angle. So I'll do transform dot forward and 90 degrees multiplied by camera input dot x Transform, rotate around local. Use transform.rotate instead. Let me double check the docs for the new formatting. How tall can the walls go? As tall as makes sense inside a TV studio. I mean, I was aiming for about 3 meters, but as long as just anything that makes sense in a TV studio. So if you think TV studio, what you're talking about is these. The width of the wall is probably the bit that will look weird if it's not right, because you think TV studio walls are just like usually fake, like thin plasterboard walls that are knocked up quickly. Just the internal bit needs to be like, I'm basing it on about a 20-meter by 20-meter arena, which is not actually that big, but I think that's actually. Let me double check the size I've got. Basic wall. Oh, of course, I made this model separately, so it's not that simple. Round. Yeah, it's 20-meter by the internal dimensions of the room is 20-meter by 20-meter. I mean, we got some wiggle room in that, but bear in mind if we go out further, like the characters already look very small, and then we just get into this vicious cycle of we have to make the characters bigger, then we have to make the arena bigger, then we have to make the characters bigger. I'm gonna say that looks. The one you sent me looks. It looked maybe a little small, but I'm wondering if that's just because everything you've sent, like everything's so chunky, it's like Warhammer scale. And realistically, if we put put a real humanoid-sized character in it, those doors are probably massive, aren't they? Like, because I mean, they look good. Let's say, I think the big thing is the outer walls. You know, looking up at the lights like that, it looks quite cool. I hadn't thought about actually rendering a roof, but maybe in some of the replay shots it'd be visible, so it might be actually worth doing. Because that looks very. Yeah, they're quite big doors. You've done the Warhammer scale thing, right? Like everything is everything is big. But don't agonize over it. Just like knock it up. Then we'll put some characters in it, and we'll see how it feels. Right. So, Unity, transform, rotate. Let me just double check the formatting of the latest rotate, because I want to make it rotate local, but the new version of rotate local. Transform.rotate. Transform or rotate the game in a variety of ways. The rotation is often provided as a Euler angle and not a quaternion. You can specify a rotation in world axis or local axis. It determines whether to rotate the game either locally, the game object, or relative to the scene in world space. Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how to use it, Unity. That's better. Their example makes this much clearer. Okay. So rotate. I'm just going to do 0, 0, 0, and then space dot self. And it's going to rotate in its Z axis. by 90 degrees multiplied by I've just realized I need to store transforms. We'll get to that in a second. 90 degrees multiplied by camera input dot x. Right. So this is only going to happen when we're at camera index 0, so the very top camera. And what this does is when we press left and right, we just stay on the same camera index and we just spin in place. Now, the reason I'm going to have to sort of save this to a transform is because this rotates instantly. And I've set up transitions previously. So we're going to need to change our transition time. So room transition time. And serialize field float. Location transition time equals let's make this 1.0 f, and we'll do for transition transition is room equals false. And we'll do when we receive the camera input, or when we set a new when we, oh, hang on, which one? Set new transform. I'm going to have to tweak this a bit as well. Target transform. Target transform dot rotate. So we're not going to rotate our current transform. We're going to rotate the target transform. Now, when I smoothed it, target transform equals new transform. Start time equals time.time. So when we update the transform, we need to also update the start time. When we are smoothing, we want to do not just room transition time anymore. It's float transition transition time inspired by dystopian sci-fi in larger shape. Like, it makes sense. Need a reflection probe? Sure. And this is transition is room. Right. So instead of me putting in room transition time, local transition time further down, I'm just do transition time. That's hey Ans, how you doing? I think I have um two bits of feedback, and I don't know if we maybe need to tweak maybe sort of less is more based on this. So I think it looks good. I think the scale looks about right. Um, the first thing is the pillars either side of the door. I think for the basic room fill the room too much, and will restrict skill shotting too much. But without the pillars, I think that looks pretty spot on. Um, the other thing, my other thought is by having very thick walls, we can't see the dead space between rooms. And I've been thinking about it might actually be interesting to, but bear in mind the lower camera angle where you can see a bit more of a wider what's around the room is being able to see like people working in the TV studio and stuff around that. Although I'm not sure how critical that is. That's just a thought. Uh, Wanted to mock something. Yeah, it looks good, mate. Looks good. I mean, it is a massive step forward than what I already have. So, like, that's awesome. Like, if the doors line up enough that I could walk through them, um, then we're good. It's also probably worth considering while we're building stuff is that one thing that hadn't occurred to me when we were chatting earlier is that we need, because we're top down and the player will move under things occasionally, we need to avoid very large things that will block the view of the player. Occasionally having them like move under a beam or something or the top of a door is fine, but we need to be careful not to do that too much, or I'm going to have to add some sort of shader to make them always visible. And that might be a good idea to do anyway, because I'm sure there'll be plenty of cases where we have an interesting idea for an environment where we need to be able to have overhangs and stuff. So maybe it's just something we do later. Fancy hole render is out of the question. We could do that, but for that I'll have to call Jade. I do love those effects as well, but I can't add features beyond the original plan this week. And any features anyone else adds needs to be something that can drop somewhere into my workflow relatively quickly. Want to play some games? You're good, Stephen. Right, where was I? I got my brain. My brain got distracted. Where am I? Right. So we reset the start time, and we do transition is room equals false. And we'll do down here transition is room equals true. So that preserves the existing. I think maybe we do the camera inputs before we do the transition smoothing. It gives us a slightly quicker response. So at this point, all we're really doing is changing the target transform, but only when we're at camera index 0. Let's pull that up. Let's see how that behaves. If I remembered to put all the setup for the player controls that I need. Damn, it's getting hot in here. point, I'd usually have my shirt off and the fan going, but can't really do that on the Switch. The heat vision, echolocation, seismic. Okay. Max, we should talk. That gives me some ideas. Oh my. Null reference exception. Uh, that was line 51. Oh, I didn't save the script. Help if I saved it. I built a game designed to be played by blind people. Where you had now it had some helpers for it had a difficulty slider and difficulty settings that essentially overlaid. It was a VR game, and it overlaid different types of visual impairment, starting from color blindness all the way up to total blindness. And it had some features like being able to feel your way around the room, but it also had some audio features in there to be able to like listen to like where things are going. So the idea where you've got like fancy like echolocation like reminds me of that project. And I always want like I want to do something with that eventually. There's a there's a project I've that's in one of my research proposals to expand that to be able to replicate the audio in an environment and improve the spatialized audio to the point where if you're using sound as a component to help you like hear like are you near a wall, are you near a tree, are you near a real like waterfall or something, you could replicate that digitally. 1v1v4 where two people are a monster, different sense hunt, four people with guns trying to do it. Okay, that sounds very interesting. See, I actually started writing systems when I was doing VR to make it so I wouldn't have to keep putting the VR headset on. So I could test um like just as a normal player without VR. Although Facebook Meta did has released an improved version of the the XR simulator relatively recently that makes that so much easier. That's so much easier. Like it's a big improvement. Right, play. Getting distracted again. Play. That still said null reference. There we go. Okay, I've rotated and now I can rotate no more. Question is why? The null reference was there's no target transform. Okay, that makes sense. Uh so if target transform equals null, we'll do target transform equals transform dot copy. I think a transform counts as a reference. Hang on. I was assuming it would just be dot copy, but it's not. Around this point. Create a game object, but why take the prefer? Oh, great. That's annoying. There is no create the transform. There is no copy the transform. Okay, so we'll do target transform. Where did I get it from before? The before, right, before. Oh, I'm wrapping my head around the. That's a reference, right? But because I didn't modify it, that didn't matter. So, void copy transform old transform, and I probably want to return. What am I doing? Transform will return. So we do transform new transform equals new. We're not just we're not making it. Surely I have to define this as new first. So new transform dot position equals old transform dot position. This is going to complain that it's use of unassigned local variable equals transform dot. If I can't create a new, this is where I'm going to regret. I nearly made a container class because when I first did these camera transforms, because I've had this problem before of not being able to copy a transform, because a transform contains quite a lot of stuff. And what I really I only really need the position and rotation. So let's do private. There must be a cut down transform. Like, there must be. Oh, thank you, bud. Um, transform class basic transform. Part of me is like, this must exist, but so we want vector 3 position and vector 3 row. Yeah, let's do rotation. Vector 3 rotation, because I use it as a quaternion before? Hang on. I did do it as a quaternion, so we're going to store it as a quaternion. Rotation. Rotation. Oh, hang on, but I'm going to interact with it by changing one axis. Okay, we'll do vector 3. 3. And we'll do also gonna, even though Unity breaks their own rules when they do this, I'm not going to. Quaternion rotation. Quaternion dot which way round is it? Vector 3. There's a method that I don't want to Euler, I want from Euler. That's deprecated. So if I do that, it's going to complain at me and tell me what I should be. Euler rotation vector 3 is obsolete. Use quaternion.euler instead. This function was deprecated because it uses radians instead of degrees. Yeah. So Euler converts an input Euler angle rotation specified as a vector 3 to a quaternion, which is exactly what I want. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we've got a basic transform. And then this basic transform is our target transform now. This is where we get fun. Basic transform. Let's fix the existing method before we go adding the old one. New transform. So okay, we'll target transform dot position capital P, which I didn't make public because I haven't set them yet. Public. Let's do the other one while I'm here. Public. I just made this a struct. It equals transform dot position, and then the other one is dot rotation equals. Oh, hang on. Equals dot rotation dot Euler angles. Right. That should be it for the existing. Now we're going to do Right, this needs to be a capital P. Should have made it small. And then instead of rotation, it's quaternion rotation. There we go. This is new stuff. that's new stuff. So I can just, we'll comment that out. All transform equals. I'll comment that out. I'm just going to test that the old functionality works with the new data structure. Hi, Sarah. Host game. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Arena camera 87. That's 87. Oh, I know what I did. Target transform equals new position equals new transform dot position rotation. Come on, autocomplete. It's right here. If you were actually smart, you'd understand. Okay, because it is our own class now, we have to create a new instance. It's not a reference, and we're copying the data. Wait, hang on. Why are we... Okay, we don't need that. Come on. Where is yet? That's good. Host game. This is where the error will trigger if I've messed something up still. No error yet. Great. Thank you, Max. I think what I'm going to do when I finish today, first thing I'm going to do is look at the add-ons for automatic switching. Because generally my mouse is at the screen I'm looking at. It's just every time I remember, every time I remember, I would have to go away and oh no, I'm stuck again. Every time I remember, I'd have to go away and like stop the stream while I install plugins. So yeah, these guys are definitely too powerful. But the camera transition, the old style camera transition is working with the changes. Now I don't need a copy to. We're just creating a new. I'll delete the copy to. Now let's uncomment this section. And target transform equals new. Just an empty new. Oh, no. Those guys that I'm getting stuck by, they will not path towards the player. They will path across the arena and then out the other side. They have a lot of health and they drop a ton of power ups and money. So they won't ever chase you like that. I'm also going to add some pathing options for the enemies, so they don't necessarily all just walk up and do a ring around the player. Ultimately, when the enemies are finished and are attacking you properly, if you end up in that position where you're stuck, you're actually just going to die. So I'm going to do transform. So target transform dot position. Oh, hang on. No, we'll just do target transform dot rotation plus equals new vector. I don't need the nonsense. We've got 0, 0, 90 multiplied by camera input dot x, and we'll make that negative camera input. Why are we angry? Cannot be applied to operand of transform dot cannot be applied. Really? Surely I can do that. You're going to make me add them manually. It's going to make me add them manually. Also, add enemies, knock you back a little. I mean, that's a nice idea. I was considering adding an arena hazards. So the idea that some of them could knock you back, I think, is actually quite a solid plan. Transform dot rotation dot x plus y and z. Okay, so we've got basically take the rotation, add the existing rotation to 90 degrees multiplied by the camera input. So either +1 or -1 multiplied by 90. I'm a man of plans. If they're good or not is a gamble. Oh, I trust you completely, Max. Trust you completely. Right, let's try that. This is only the first layer as well. This is the simple bit, getting it to rotate in on position. Part of me is thinking that when I set up the camera positions, I could just add a little object that will allow me to specify which one is considered left and right. But also, I'm a programmer. I should be calculating that, right? But I'm also thinking that's probably going to make it a lot heavier. Right. Wrong axis. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong axis. So you don't move, but the world moves. I've done that before. Right. If it's null, it needs to take. It does need some predefined stuff, right? It needs. If it's null, we need position equals transform dot position and rotation equals transform dot rotation dot to Euler angles to Euler. Hang on, what did I use for the other one? Just Euler angles. Right, there we go. Yeah, I think it's just resetting where it was because I was just creating a new transform. So instead of its initial transform is its initial transform is already rotated. So I think where I'd got the fallback, so that if the target transform hasn't been created yet, um, it. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by visual telling me stuff that I know. The fallback just creates a new empty transform, which is 0, 0, 0, but it doesn't start at 0, 0. So what I've done is I've got it to start. If it's null, it now copies the transform from the existing camera. Okay. This is still weird. Why is it behaving? Let's have a quick look. Where am I? Arena camera. No, because they're meant to be diegetic. They're meant to be part of the environment. I'm going to solve that by like clever positioning of them later. Just so for now, we can just pretend it's fine. I know what it's doing. It's overriding. It's snapping back, and I don't want it to snap back. It's basically when I'm going above a certain amount, it's dropping back to negative. It's trying to keep value between like negative 180 and 180. Um, let's just. I'm gonna. I'm just thinking about maybe if I remove the smooth. Um, yeah, I'm going to remove the smooth and I'm going to set it explicitly for a second. Just to see if it's the smoothing that's causing the problem. So transform dot position equals target transform dot position transform dot rotation equals target transform dot rotation. So essentially, I've just taken the smoothing out because I'm wondering if lerp is doing this. Is no, I don't think it would be. Oh, hang on. Transform.rotation. It's not rotation, it's quaternion.rotation. So it's either working out if this line is what's resetting it or if this line. I think it might be that one. But this will confirm it. Oh, I'm wrong monitor again. Now that's interesting. Uh, that's very interesting. Oh, it's an axis, which means it's always producing. Okay, okay, I've just realized an important point. It's it's a not a value, it's a button. I need it I need it to work on input.getKeyDown, not just every frame, which is what I was doing. So if not camera input IA, help if I could spell. Camera input IA dot. It's not get key down. It was rest. Was performed this frame. I think it'd be performed or pressed. It's fine. So if it's not performed this frame, return. Then we'll get the value from. I think the reason it was giving me like weird jumpy values is basically for every frame I'd got the button down, it was triggering. Save this asset. You're right. I could. You're right. You're right. We'll get to that. Okay, that works. Right. Okay. Now, there is one thing I want to get when I'm creating the new. When I'm creating this new one, it occurs to me if I press that. This is error prone, right? If the. So I think I might want to. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right, let's put the linear interpolation back in. Trying to think of a way to make it more stable if I press the button part way between, but I'm changing the target so it's always round numbers, and I could just clamp it if necessary. Play. Okay, that works. I'm going to slow that down a bit, just because location transfer. Make it 5 seconds. That's definitely not. I'm guessing the calculation of the interpolation ratio is not correct. Start time. Am I resetting the start time? I am. Uh, time minus start time. 150. Yeah, that's definitely not what's supposed to be happening. I'm going to attach the debugger. Let's see what happens. I should have stopped it before doing this, but let's see what my interpolation ratio is. Naught point naught naught. I'm not going to be able to see this. Hang on, I need to. I'm out of play mode. Change screens for this. I'm going to just be looking at the debugger for a little bit. Float time difference. I'm just going to break these out. Just equals that, and then time difference there. And I'm going to freeze it there so that I can keep play and just look at the interpolation ratio and the time difference. Now, the time shouldn't tick because it doesn't when it's frozen. Now, target transform is currently null, so it's not actually running yet. But if I press a button, it will create a target transform. There we go. Right, and this very first one should be an interpolation ratio of 0 and a time difference of 0. So start time's 19 point. Okay. Next frame. 0.3. It's supposed to go up to 1. $22. $22. I mean, the position's not changing, so that's fine. But the interpolation ratio should be really, really small. And it's going up a third each time. That's way too quick. Why are we allowing me to see? I didn't save the script. Dumbass. Remove the breakpoint. I know the target score was 90, 180, 270, and 0. but this isn't the target. It's moving. Like, the problem at the moment is it's just transitioning too fast. This is supposed to calculate the position and rotation between the two over a transition time that is defined as either 2 or 1 seconds, and I'm going to define them as 5 and 10 seconds, just so they should be very slow. Right, script is saved. Let's hit play, and we'll go to there. I can add that, yeah. I just eventually it should. There should be a line in here saying, like, when it's essentially when it's within a small amount, just set to it, and then we'll forget about it. But I'm more concerned with the fact that it's just transitioning very quickly at the moment. So time difference is a third of a second. 21.49. Play. Um, 0.1. That's only going to take 10 frames. 0.2. 0.26. That would take about 20 frames. It's not even consistent. Where's it being called from? It's just been called from update, so it should be fine. What point? 0.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's weird. Yes, but partly I didn't because I expected it to produce thousands of lines. So I thought it would be quicker to do this than actually read the thousands of lines. So, see this bit here? Interpolation ratio is greater than or equal to 1. Target transform equals null. That's essentially preventing it continuing to run. But it would probably be safer, as you quite rightly point out, if I do transform dot position equals target transform dot position. So essentially we were getting to a point where we were a fraction off. And then we'll do transform dot rotation. You know what? I don't need to set. There's the small rounding error we'll get. It doesn't matter. But it's potentially a floating point rounding error at worst. I'm just gonna leave it like that. But setting the target transform to null is fine. Let's actually debug the debug.log time difference time difference interpolation ratio that should be fine. See, this should, I'm getting what, 300 FPS right now, even while I'm streaming. So this should, over 5 seconds, produce, what, 1500? Like 3, 6, 9, 12, 50. Yeah, it should produce about 1500 like log lines. Should. Yeah, should is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. But the question is, why is it not? Right. Transition. Huh? Okay. I'm gonna swap monitors and show that again. Right? Watch the log. Go. It's still going. Go back to the beginning. Okay. The beginning of the log never has an interpolation ratio anywhere near approaching completion. It has nothing even close. Um, how could it? I'm genuinely confused. Am I missing something stupid? When we set the transform, get in the transform from the original location, capture its position and its rotation in Euler angles. That's entirely not relevant because we never actually run this at this point. That's just not relevant. Part of me is wondering what this value is about 5 loops in. Wait. That's a quaternion. The other one's a quaternion. This might not be correct because the Euler angles this produces will be wrapped. You are using the object's current position and rotation as the starting point. Yes, I am. I'm going to remove that for the moment. Right, so rotation. Quaternion dot Euler rotation. It's not that. I need to convert it in between. What I need to do is vector 3 new rotation equals transform dot rotation dot. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. I need to prevent it wrapping is what I need to do. Because I think that might be what's happening. Even then, that still doesn't feel right. Let's just hit the breakpoint and I'll step through and we'll see what the actual values are. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Position is fine. You're right. Right. That's a good point. I'm not sure that's exactly the issue here, but let's address that first. Start transform. Target transform. New transform. Start transform equals new trans position equals transform dot position rotation equals transform dot rotation Euler angle. That's fine. Okay, so I'll set that, and then the target transform equals current. Just want a fallback in case start transform doesn't exist. Start transform equals that. Current index transform dot rotation, and I need to set those start transform dot rotate. Let's just set the rotation. That's fine. Equals transform dot Euler angles. That's fine. So we guarantee it exists. If it already exists, we're only updating the rotation here. That's fine. And then down here we want start transform and start transform. Dot position rotation. Quaternion rotation. There we go. That's correct. Right. What monitors again? This is taking way longer to fiddle with than I was expecting. I hate quaternions. There's a reason why most people hate quaternions. I like the updates to the statistics, by the way. Fantastic. That should stop, because if interpolation ratio is greater than or equal to 1, it should set the target transform to null, which stops it. And now we have the infinite error log. And it's not actually changing the camera's position. Yes. It starts false. But either way, they're set to 5 and 10 seconds. It should. Oh, what did I click? Continue. Continue. Is it just me, or is that? Okay. I'm going to take the breakpoints out. I'm going to stop, and I'm going to restart Unity. That was behaving very strangely. I'm going to add the breakpoint back in and attach it. Yeah, transition is room. Like the first time I stepped through, the transition time is fine. Like it's getting the correct value. Okay, attach to Unity. Play. And I need to. It's stopping now. don't understand why when I press next, I'm going to a random script. Basic translation is 90, negative 90. Well, 90, 0, negative. That's fine. I don't understand how that goes to the update loop in the in volume. Before I restarted Unity, it went somewhere different. I'm just sort of step throughing so I can see exactly what we're running through here. Amber scaler. Could this be something bugging to close that? It's actually that one I want, so I'm going to put reattach it and hit play. And hit rotate. And it never reaches that point. How does it never reach that point? I have a breakpoint there, and it's never reaching it. Set position. Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to kill that. Build. Yes, we'll stop debugging. Clean. Rebuild. Right, attach to Unity. Play. And it never reaches the rotation line. If I put the breakpoint there, it'll stop. But if I put it on transfer... Huh? It's like there's a return there, but there isn't. Okay, I'm going to delete the library folder and just rebuild it completely. Okay, close. If it's erroring, it would have shown. It should have shown in the log. Hang on. Let's do go in Explorer, library, delete the library, 70,000 files. Not bad. Yes, I know Should is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Give it a sec to rebuild the library. Then I'll try what you suggested. I'll try putting a try catch around it. Because it's a strange one. Come on, faster. Compile faster, damn it. If I will you to compile faster, you will. I mean, you're right. Right, it could. With the multiplayer play mode thing, it does open more than one editor instance, and it has been. It should attach by default to the main editor window. I don't think I had opened another instance, but no, I should have done. I should have checked Task Manager to see if there was any zombie versions still alive. Today has definitely not been as productive as I'd have liked. In a non-zombie game, zombies are still a character. Yeah. Um, right, we're finally open. We have some fun warnings, but they're nothing to do with stuff, so that's fine. Lighting data is incompatible. That's going to be in the Asuna stuff that's not relevant because it's not going into that scene. Scenes, Bootstrap. Let's get Visual Studio open. And camera. I'm going to hit play and we're going to see what happens. And the interpolation ratio just goes on forever. Right. Instead of try and catch. So let's go with that. Catch. We will change monitor again. Right. So debug dot log error angry. That'll do. A. Yes, I know. It didn't even produce an error. The only error is two errors before, and they would. Oh, it did produce an error. Object reference not set to line 89. I thought it was the existing error that we were getting. Hang on. Start transform. Oh my god. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Is it exception E or E exception? E. I can never remember the formatting of these. It's just E, which I already did, but it doesn't like that. Because I'm using Unity and I don't have system. Think. No. Supposed to be. According to the geniuses on a forum, I put that and it didn't work. That's because Is that because I didn't have system in? It's because I didn't have system in. I've got so used to removing system because it's not necessary. I'm now creating more problems. But this should have popped up in the. This should have popped up anyway. Oh, I've accidentally put another bracket in as well. That this should have been outputting to the Unity log. Like it shouldn't have just been like. That's thrown me. You're right. You're right. Let's put a breakpoint there. Okay. It was the issue that no one saw. Why that was. What I find really weird is that it wasn't creating the null reference. Yeah. Um, that's interesting. Like Unity would normally just come up with a null reference, right? Okay, so we've got transition time. I'm going to root transition to 2 seconds, local transition time to 1 second. I'm going to remove that try and catch because it's doing basically nothing now. Catching an error that no longer exists. Right. I'm going to remove the extra debug log. Okay. Hit play. And then I'll look slightly happier that it's actually rotating. There we go. And I can turn forever. Right. Okay. It's complaining at me about optimization. So vector 3 new position equals that. And then Hernian rotation. Oh, actually, was it? Was it complaining about? Give me the example. Oh, it just says it could be optimized. Show potential fixes. And that wants a vector 3 and a quaternion. That's fine. That's what I was expecting. Thanks, Ems. I need to go and get a drink, actually. That's probably a good time. Give me 30 seconds to finish typing this out, and I'm going to go and grab a fresh drink. And I am baking in. Transform. So it was transform dot position, set position and rotation. New position, new rotation. I think that essentially just changes the matrix calculation to step. Thank you, Amy. If so, will you need to calculate time remaining for the current location or going back that from the rotation time? I could, but I'm not going to. It's fast. Like I don't actually intend it to be. I made the transition a lot longer just because it was more. So it was more obvious whether it was doing one or the other. Realistically, they should usually be well under a second. But if it ends up being like 1.2 seconds, or rather, it ends up moving slightly faster because it was part way around that. It's right. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go fetch another drink. Thank you, Ems. I appreciate it. Be right back. Oh, I see the comment, Sarah. I get your point. I mean, I could add the kitty again, but Luna doesn't reliably sleep on my desk like Cloud did. Okay, so next step. I'm trying to think how I detect. I want to be able to detect intelligently which point the next one is. The rotation was, the top one was like the base version. The other ones will have fixed rotation, but I need to go down towards I'm trying to think how I even map the head, because depending on your rotation, when you press down, it should go to a different camera. So down should bring it to a lower angle. But let's assume there's four, one that's hovering above. Now, if you press down at the start, if you press down at the start, you'll go to. It's not even necessarily the next one. Okay, I have an idea of how to implement this. I have an idea of how to implement. Right. Camera. We'll save that. You know, I'm gonna push this now. Top camera rotation installed. Push. That's fine. Right. So I want a prefab. It was room building, camera position, camera top position. Room camera location. This feels like it's going to end up very convoluted. Room, so I hate the name. Not what I want. So this is all of the below. I feel like I need to re-engineer this, but I'm not going. Create mono behavior script. Room camera load. I don't like having a and a plural basically thing. Serialized field, room, camera, location. Up. Serialized field, room, camera, location. Down. Serialized field. What I would really like to do is have this sort of let's just calculate where they are in space, but doing that at runtime is going to be heavy and unreliable. So what I want to do is figure out some sort of more reliable script, run it on awake, cache the data, especially because there are rooms let me swap screens as well. Rooms are I'm gonna have what I said earlier, like probably like 5 by 5, but I'm not set on that's necessarily going to be the size. And there's like a minimum of 5 of these per room, and rooms will not necessarily always have 4 doors. That's kind of the vibe I'm going for, but I haven't decided if that's going to be fixed. Figuring out the room they're in isn't the problem. Let me sketch this out, and I will explain why this is a problem. So public room camera location up, public. Come on, autocomplete. This is not difficult. This is like the most obvious autocomplete ever. Right, save that. Now, at the moment, we've got the camera's top position. I'm going to do this in context on a room because it make it easier to see what's happening. Camera position. Now, camera top position. So then we're going to have camera. Wrong screen again. Live focus. I've made all grammatics opening and matching that with the same opening type for a room door going into a wall. Amazing idea. Camera wall in one. Right, now I'm going to set the original for another empty. I'm not going to name it because it's not relevant. Right. If I select this game object now, and I rotate locally around its pivot, let's enable the cam. Won't actually sit there yet. I'm going to just go to 30 degrees. And then place that there. And I'm going to swap them around just because when I hit play, that will be where the camera ends up being snapped to. Easy way to. Don't like doing the art. That's why you need some artist friends, Max. Oh, hang on. Kind of hard to tell where we are with this. Where are we? Arena camera. Right, it hasn't picked up the first item. That because I didn't save the. Oh. Room template. Camera position. File. Play. This is a pain in the ass still. I'm just going to do it with the actual camera at runtime. Fine. Fine. We'll do it at runtime. Camera. Do. Low that up. Arena camera. On geometry. Room 1. Camera position. I'm interested why that didn't. Know why it didn't. I didn't just detect them anymore. I made it assignable. Originally, I was going to just read it from the child objects. Okay. That's a start. Camera position. Right, so that to go the other way, minus the. This, as soon as I spawn, it should drop down. Okay, I think that's about the right angle, right? I can still see the. I can still see. I'm at the right angle to still see the display. Let's tweak this a little bit more. Arena camera. Now the arena camera is there. If I put it local space. There, they should have the same transform. Do. If I go arena camera and down to like there. Trying to sort of experiment with where the right. I think that'll do. So negative 30. And 20.4 on the Y. I want there to be like the tiniest sliver of tiniest sliver of the wall along the bottom of the screen. 20 will work. That doesn't quite. Although, not sure that's necessarily a problem. It's basically the wall is exactly there, right? I think I could live with that. We'll tweak a little bit later. Right, room template, camera position, set it to 20. Now, I'm going to duplicate 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to remove that out of the game object. Now, that game object, I'm going to rotate in the Y by drop one of them out. Rotate it in the Y by the 9. Rotate it in the Y by another 90. Now 90. Oh, hang on, I missed one. Hadn't missed 90. Got one out. 80. Got one out. 70. Out. Don't need the game object anymore. They should all be in the right place. I lock that. I'm gonna drop all 5 of them in. Fire some in and out to test all. That's the first one. Great. That's exactly the same position. That's not great. I'm going to assume that all 4 of these were exactly the same thing. Right, scene view. They are not in the same position. So why are we getting... One, two, four. Like it's just getting the local transform. They are all in different top. Let's all of these. Got one random one in. Right. Get transform at index. We provide it all the camera locations. Camera locate. Let's just double check that the room itself. That's got the. That's number 3. Camera position. Okay. I overrode this. That's why it's. I override it in. What was I editing? That's number 3. That's number 3. That's number 1. Why is that not? Let's just. That's better. Play. Host, and we should spin us round to the top wall. Excellent. I do 2 and hit play. It should now spin us down to the side wall. Perfect. Right. Now the problem is determining which one I should go to. So boom. Now by top position. I need the so down is that one. Position on the camera location. So when we're in top position, down is number 1. Up is the other 2 are null. They don't. It doesn't have a left and right. Top position doesn't have them. Right. Now, global. Can't I see them? Oh, I mean. Okay. Number 1, its left is number 2, and its right is number 5. Left is right is 2. Its left is 3. Right is 1. So number 3, its left is 4. Right 4. Its left is 1. Right. All of those up top position. Okay. This feels very convoluted. Very convoluted. Right. So I want a room camera location. So public void I never need to change the up. Up is fine. So rotate. All right. Now let's just give it a name. Rotate left. And rotate right. So room, camera location, new, down, equals. So if we're rotating to the right, whatever's currently down, its right becomes our down. Okay? So new down becomes down dot right. Okay? Down dot right. And room, camera location, new up equals up dot right. This is so down equals new down. I could have done this in one step. But up equals new up. I wanted to sort of wrap my head around it, so I laid it out, so I just laid it out in an extra round. Okay, so we can do that, and then up dot right. I just wanted to sketch it out and make sure that they don't overlap with any, but they won't because we're only ever moving 90 at a time. And then we've got down equals down dot left, and up equals up dot left. Okay. If any of those are null, it will stop the camera working. Variable M targets of game object inspector no longer exists. Right, okay. Clear. Right. That looks right. That looks right. That looks right. Okay. So our arena camera. Now, if we go going all the way back, room, camera, location, current location. We don't need that. That's unnecessary. I feel like I should clean these safety checks up. I mean, Visual Studio keeps telling me to use compound assignment, but if I'm rightly, Unity doesn't like that. So you can do sort of let's see if I can figure out why it didn't like it. quickly Google it because I remember something about it not liking compound assignment. I can't find anything. Maybe I just imagined it. I think then, if that is the case, we are just gonna use compound assignment, and then Unity will definitely be happy. I'm just trying to shorten this method, make it a little bit more explicit. So I'm gonna extract the method this. Menu, hello. Extract method. Rotate it, camera in place. Now it says, okay, I'm using current camera index equal 0. I'm not sure. I did write a method to fetch them by fetch their index by transform, so we can still use that. So we rotate in place. Now we don't necessarily want to rotate in place. This is why I'm breaking it out into methods. So we go if camera input dot x is not equal to 0, then we're going to rotate in place. Now we're going to use that to favor we're going to favor rotating, I think, over dropping down. Or should we do it the other way around? And I think I'm going to do it the other way around. So we'll do lower move to lower camera. Move to lower camera. So else. So we've got void move to lower camera, vector 2, camera input. We'll come back to that in a second. So we're going to do it if x is 0, move to lower camera. No. Let's do it if y is not 0, move to lower camera, camera input. Else if camera input dot x not equal. There's no need for the additional check because we've already checked are both inputs 0. So once we've checked, do it like that. It's fine. Right, move to lower camera. So, uh, if camera input dot y less than 0, move down, else up. Okay. How are we going to do this? Do okay. So we want camera location, which we don't have yet. The arena camera is okay. What do we get this through? It should always have a camera locations. No, it shouldn't, because we allow the room to spawn with a camera without the player, and it's the player that triggers it to get the location. Room camera locations. Just trying to think whether how to properly like assign this. We've got the player controls. We've got basic transform. That provides the camera location. If I've not null, if we don't have null, it's serialized object not creatable. If it's been set, that's easy because I can set the room camera locations. I can keep track of it. I'm just trying to think, how do I deal with when I don't have when it's null. Um, let's just assume it exists, and then we'll write for the edge cases afterwards. So I do room camera location, all camera current room camera location, room camera location, current camera location, flat. Okay, so this set new transform. This always gets triggered. So we're going to do all current room camera location. That's not correct. Room camera location. miss the current room camera locations and current camera. Okay, that's fine. The current room camera location equals camera location. Help if I could spell. Right, so this is called as soon as the player spawns. Camera location and current camera location. What do I set the default to? Get transform at index. Current camera location equals camera locations location index. Type room camera loc. Cannot apply indexing. Oh, hang on. It's not room camera location. Camera locations dot get transformer index. I never allowed the option to get the specific camera location. Get transformer index. I really want to just plot this and start from scratch. Gonna be a get component. Oh, I don't like that yet. Equals new transform dot game object dot get component room camera location is a type that is not valid in the given context. Huh? I was missing brackets. Okay. Apart from the fact that I misspelt camera location, that's going to get the current one. That is a really expensive way to be getting it. But once we've got it, when we move down, we do current camera location dot down. Hang on. Target transform dot rotation. We need to set the target transfer. We need to set the start position and rotation. Move to void. Move to camera rotation. I'm just abstracting the fact that I'm going to repeat in a load of stuff. we've got vector 3 position and Quaternion rotation. New position and rotation. This could be with. This is going to be vector. New rotation. Because I'm going to essentially write the same thing here and the same thing here. So I'm going to get the down transform. So, right. Let's just write it. Then I'll worry about abstracting it. So, down current camera location dot down that returns a current camera location. So room camera location new location equals dot down. So, and then the bottom one there will be dot up. You know what I mean about repeated code? Once we've got the new location, you start position transform dot position equals dot transform rotation equals transform dot position, and then start transform dot rotation equals transform dot rotation dot Euler angles, and then we want target transform, basically the same thing, but with so we want target transform instead, and instead of transform dot position, I want to get the transform from that, which means I'm now bypassing the. Okay, this is definitely horribly coded. This is definitely horribly coded. So no location dot transform dot position. I didn't need to type that, but that's fine. New location dot transform dot. Okay, so that first gets the new it gets the new location, sets the current position to the start position, sets the new target, and then it's going to do current camera location dot move. Hang on, what did I call it? I don't need to do anything. We're moving down. Okay, it's not this one we need to do anything on. So this is just. That's fine. That's it. that feels incomplete. I haven't done the time. And transition is room is going to be false. Right, so I can now copy all of that into there. Don't need the actual position. I want room, camera location, new location, X, and we want move, camera location, new location. Don't even need to store it. So new location dot down. And for this one, it's just going to be dot up. That is reasonably simple. Maybe. This is before it doesn't work and I curse saying it's simple. Never say it's simple before you've tested it. That's just asking for trouble. That's definitely not going to work now. Couldn't have said it. Right. However, let's also do the rotation. Because if I press right, that move positive X is move right. So rotate camera in place. So we're going to do if camera input dot X greater than 0. Current camera location dot rotate. Why is only rotate left of it? I didn't make the other one. Hang on, is it left? No, it's locate. If it's greater than X, but if it's greater than 0, we'll find out in a minute. Because it just, but I think it's rotate left. Count it from the top. If I press right, I think God, way around was it? I think my first instinct was right. Rotate right. Okay. I'm gonna single line this as well. So I'm gonna make the next one else if camera input dot X less than 0, rotate left. I probably don't need the else if because I'm pretty sure there's already been a guard for that, but just in case. And what that rotate left and right does is it's just going to make sure whichever the top position thinks is down gets updated. Now, when we move up, we'll have to do the same thing. When we move up into it, we need to make sure it's down gets updated to it's down is easy. Up, assume leapfrog over, or do I just rotate top one? Do we do the rotation regardless of which position we're in? I think we do. I think we need to move camera to. Okay, so we've got camera input here. I'm going to put it here. We always move the. Always rotate not current camera location anymore. It's top camera location. Yeah, that won't work. Camera location. We'll chain it together. We'll assume a certain number, and we'll figure out the refactoring this to be a smarter system that I should have done from the start later. I always tell people to stop and spend 5 minutes thinking about how things are going up before you go jumping in writing things. And I jumped in writing things. Now horribly connected, and I'm too deep to just spin it and start from scratch. Take camera in place. So that's only going to be when we're at the top. When we're not at the top, we can do something slightly different. So move to lower camera. Move to lower camera. Right. Rotate camera in place. Move to lower camera. Right. So if we know we're at a lower camera, it's lower camera location dot up dot rotate, right? Because no matter which one we're at, the one we want to rotate, the center one, is always up, right? So we only move to lower camera this is only when we're at the top. Okay, we're fine. I think this feels like I'm definitely missing some use cases. Current camera index equals 0. Move to lower camera. Okay, move camera location. This is where we public int get index by transforms. This feels so horrible. Current room camera locations dot get index by transform. Current camera location dot transform. Okay. So current camera index equals that nonsense. There's so many bits where there's so many cases here where this is just gonna be nope. But I'm not gonna worry about those. I'll run it and I'll add some extra error checking afterwards. Okay. So in cases where the current index is 0, we've already covered that. Next, we need else. Now, else is our first thing we're going to do is y positive? Now, move to lower camera. Is horrible naming, considering we can also use the same thing to move to the upper camera. Move to camera. What we're gating here is we're also gating, like, if we're not at the top camera, we don't allow the down input. Else, if camera index dot x is not equal to 0, oh, I know. Move to lower camera was, I think, the correct name. Because now we need to move to no, it's not the correct name, but move to lower camera. We need to move to side camera. Again, terrible name. Right. Move to side camera. Camera input. Okay. Just going to clarify some of these. So when top, move to lower camera in down. When top, horizontal input, rotate place. When not top, Y input can only up to the top camera. When not top, X input moves to adjacent camera horizontally. Okay. That looks reasonable. So we're going to do the same method. If camera dot x is greater than 0, we will move to right. So we'll move to right, and otherwise we'll do else if camera input dot x less than 0. Dot left. Then we need to also clean up the references. Oh wait, I'm doing current location dot up. Don't we? I'm never updating the camera location. Current camera. Never updating that. I knew I was missing. We'll come back to that. Let me finish the logic. I will have to reorder some of this. So move to side camera is going to be the same thing, right? Take our current camera locations up and rotate it right. You would think you don't need to do it here when we're moving down, but when you're moving down, you can move down by moving up, which also rotates us by 180 degrees. So there's that. Okay, so ordering. That doesn't matter because this only triggers this one assumes that it's already moved. So hang on. Current camera location, new location. Right, this assumes it's already moved because it moves it here. When we're moving to the side, it also doesn't matter. So moved camera. That doesn't matter. That doesn't. I think when we do this and we move up, but we're still only doing it when input is of X is left and right. So if we've moved up, Y will be positive, X and right won't be. So there's still the need to potentially reset the camera. Okay, I'm just going to try this. It even sort of works when I got some errors there. That's not a good sign. I'm not even sure what's causing that. That looks like an editor. Yeah, that looks like an editor thing. About that later. I probably need to restart Unity. Damn it. Okay, some of them work. Oh, we're losing some of the references though, because now that I've gone a certain way, I can't. Yeah, I can't rotate now either. Let's attach and see where we. Okay, camera input is -1. Target transform does exist. No, it's null. That's fine. Start transform isn't null, but that's fine. We're creating a new one anyway. We're not creating a new one anyway. But that's what the purpose of that code is. So current camera index is currently 3. And it should not be 3. I think move camera to location. That's clearly not returning what it should return. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to reset and I'm going to track the data from a fresh start. Bunch of error messages there as well. Oh, some of them were due to timeout because it paused too long. And then line 111, null reference exception. This was... Okay, target transform not existing. Move camera to location. That should always have... Move to camera. It should always have had this run first. Unless it's a new location that was null. Yes. Yeah, it was the new location because some of them are null. And it needs a new needs a null check. So if new location is null, this is if I like press down when I'm already low. Debug.log warning. I'm gonna hide this eventually. Moving to null location. Started typing with the brackets because now I'm going to need it. Right, so we do nothing essentially if it's null. So if we're at the top and we try and rotate by an error, it's null, we do nothing. If we're at the bottom and we try and go down, it's null, we do nothing. Okay, I am gonna watch and track the data through this. Our first run though. This shouldn't trigger until after I've hosted a game and tried to move something. So I will move by rotating the camera. Target transform is new, right? So now we create one. Start transform. That's fine. Current camera index is 0, as it should be. Now I press right, so Y should be 0. X should be rotate camera in place. I didn't save the script. I was just thinking, why did it jump? But it didn't save the script. Part of me is thinking the start transform. Do I actually want to just reset that? Or I don't like the fact that it just permanently exists in case it gets stale data. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset it here. And I'll do start transform equals null as well. So if we're trying to assign it when it already exists, but even then, if we interrupt, we don't want to alert from the old start transform. We want to alert from the new position. Right? So we always, if we interrupt, you always want it to get the new start transform, right? So really, start transform shouldn't be that's target transform. It should be like that. Just going to set it every single time. Okay, and we save that. Attach the unit. Play. Post. And rotate. So that bit's fine. Current camera index is fine. Rotate camera in place is going to be fine. Okay. Now rotate back. I should add a load of watches. Or I should be stepping through slower. Down. Right, so this is negative Y. So we should move to camera. Yep. Now current camera location is okay, right. So Y is less than 0. It is. We move down. Current location dot down. That's correct. Wall position 1. Wall position 1. Okay. A new location is not null, so we're going to skip that. Start transform dot position start. We're going to set the start position. Yep, that's fine. Target transform. I actually don't need this because if I decided to do this bit where we always capture it, do we need this? It's repeated. It's just doing nothing. Right, new location. Dot transform dot position. That's fine. That's fine. Start time. Yeah, we'll capture that. Now the camera index is. We send a transform and get what index it is. Now it should be index 1. Step out. That got index 0. Okay. We've not updated current camera location yet. That needs to happen in the other order. Right, okay, I'm going to hit play. I'm out of play mode. Current camera index. Yeah, we set the location first. I'm going to put the breakpoint there this time. Play. Okay, down. So current camera location. So this should have been. I could have done it the other way around. This should have been like new location dot transform, I guess. Yeah, we can step out of that. That's fine. And that got current camera index 1. That's good. Okay. Let's just continue. bounce around. Okay, and I'm not actually sure if I want the view set. But this will do for the moment. This gives us like the ability to rotate our camera. Like that's good enough. Let's make sure everything's saved. Station camera. Really, I will probably consult with an artist before I actually decide what camera angles we want to have. I'm going to create a pull request. Now, I actually do these quite often, even when I'm working on my own. Let's show you the reason why. Now, I should put a nice description here, but I'm working on my own, so I'm not going to. I'm kind of not working on my own because Stephen was joining me, but the reason is because it gives you the files changed, so you can then go, wait. It gives you a summary and go, okay, did I actually change that? Yes, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Some of these are just things where I change settings and how they're stored. That's fine. Okay. So we'll go to merge. I'll go back to main, fetch, pull. Wait. That had 3. Oh, because I didn't squash them. That's fine. I think I'm essentially done for the day then. Let's have a quick look at this. So I've added some camera controls. That's fine. Now I'm going to call that done because I'm about to, like, I know what Stephen's done. I just don't know if he's made a pull request for it yet. He has not. Game. I know what he's like though. Let's have a quick look how he was getting on. Also, Unity was getting mad at me. Let's close. Let's reopen Unity. And we'll swap monitors as well. While I have a quick glance at. He's not committed it. It's no worries. I'll grab him later. What do I put on as placeholders in the meantime then? Let's go back to main. Go back. I want something that's just. Oh, Text Mesh Pro's not loaded. What is going on? There we go. It got there eventually. But I don't need something awesome. I just want something that where we're not just basic colors. Go into the scene, and I'll go to materials, prefabs. Okay, room building, room template. What do I put on this? You know what? We'll integrate the pull request in the morning. I'm going to not worry about like it not being finished, like because I know what Steam's like. It will be done. So tomorrow's job is going to be to improve the enemy AI. I'm going to set some different paths for them to follow, like particularly like the big golden ones, and some additional despawn conditions, like if they walk out the room. I'm going to make them shoot at the player, or make some of them shoot at the player. We're going to do, and that'll be it for tomorrow. The path following is probably fairly simple, but I'm going to overcomplicate the hell out of it like I have with everything else so far. Despawn conditions, again, fairly basic, but I'm probably going to overcomplicate the hell out of it like I have with everything else so far. Shoot at the player is actually kind of already implemented because it's a character controller, not a player controller. And literally the sample where I put a timer, it's one line of code. Like, I already had a timer that just makes it fire at every interval, and I removed it. At that point, I hadn't got the enemy look at the player because the character didn't look at a direction. Well, the character now does, which means the enemy can fire at you. What will be fun with this, that I'm again going to overcomplicate things, is getting the enemy to move in one direction and shoot at the player still. That will be fun because there's the question of, do you necessarily want the enemy to look at the player? Do if you're going to get them to shoot at the player. But we'll see about that. We'll see about that tomorrow. So I've been generally saying I start at 9, but I'm doing a bit of the video editing in the morning before I go live. So we'll be starting a little bit after 9, I would imagine, tomorrow morning. For this, thanks for stopping in, guys. Appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.